Well, good morning, everyone. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Bruseth, I just wanted to remind everyone that if you have a comment to make, please see page to fill out the public comment form, and we will open. Mr. Bruseth, it's yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Now. Time to begin the meeting of the Antiquities Advisory Board. Today's date is October the 27th, 2023, and the time is 8:30 a.m. This meeting of the Antiquities Advisory Board has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The members may discuss or take action on any of the items listed in the agenda. I want to welcome everybody to our meeting this morning. I'm Jim Bruseth, Chair of the Antiquities Advisory Board and also a THC Commissioner. We'll now turn to the roll call of the AAB members, and I'll ask members on the board that are here to state your name and your position on the board, starting with the far end of the table here next to Dennis, our AG representative.
Joaquin Rivaya Martinez from Austin.
Norman Alston, Dallas, architect.
Rick Lewis, San Antonio, architect.
Doug Boyd, Austin, Texas, archaeologist representing the Texas Archaeological Society.
Todd Allman from New Braunfels. I represent the Council of Texas Archaeologists.
Lilia Garcia, Raymondville, Commissioner on the THC.
Laurie Limbacher, Austin, Commissioner.
Thank you, members. We have everybody but two members here, so we have a quorum. Our meeting is open. The two members that are absent are Nikki Heiss and Bob Ward. If no member objects, I will approve the absence of those two members of the AAB, and we move on. Okay, agenda item 2 for AAB is the Antiquities Advisory Board meeting minutes from meeting number 113, July 21st, 2023. Members, any changes or corrections? Hearing none, again, if no member disagrees, I will approve the minutes of the July 21st, 2023 meeting of the Antiquities Advisory Board. Next is agenda item 3, consider approval of state antiquities landmark nomination for Nighthawk Bison Jump Sites 41BI 561 and 41BI 565, Caprock Canyon State Park, Briscoe County. Brad Jones, the Director of the Archaeology Division, is going to lead us through this presentation. Brad, it's all up to you.
Thank you, Chairman Bruseth, and good morning, Commissioners and AAB members. Thank you for being here. We are presenting on, I think, a very exciting site here. Well, it's two sites. It's the Caprock Canyon Bison Jump Site. Fortunately, you don't have to listen to me talk about it. We have Tony Lyle, the regional archaeologist from Texas Parks and Wildlife, who is happy to come here and present to you guys the background on this SAL nomination and why we all think it's such an important site. So, Tony, would you please come up? All right, Teresa. We're going to have your PowerPoint up.
All right. So I think I have about 5 minutes to impress you guys with something that really doesn't need it's going to speak for itself. This site is important in Texas archaeology. I would like to introduce, who is not here, but Dr. Costa has been partnering with us throughout the research that we've done on this site. He is more energetic speaker than myself, and so I'm using his slides, which should be impressive, I think. Again, I'm Tony Lyle. I'm a regional archaeologist. I've worked with the resources at Caprock Canyons for quite a few years. All right. So this is a bison jump site. It's the second known in Texas, the second found in Texas. It's dramatic. It's rare. There's a very few jump sites. There's only 2 jump sites in Texas. Most of the bison jump sites, kill sites, are in the northern plains. This site is basically non-existent. This site type is non-existent in Texas, in the southern plains. There are other bison kill sites, prehistoric bison kill sites in Texas, but only one other jump site at Bonfire Shelter. You can see many of the sites in the northern plains. There are pound sites, there are jump sites, there are other types of bison kill sites, but again, the bison jump site, where the prehistoric hunters ran bison off the cliff, is very dramatic. They're rare in Texas as well. Interesting thing about these sites is how communal the evidence points to seasonal gatherings. There's historic evidence. These type of sites led to feasts, to trading, groups coming together to form marriages and other types of community bonds. Interesting thing about Caprock Canyons is we have a descendant bison herd living in the park. Today we have over 300 animals. They're genetically linked to the JA herd. This is the official Texas state bison herd and the official Southern Plains bison herd. So we're calling this the Nighthawk site. It's a complex of two sites, 41 BI 564 and BI 565. We believe this is going to continued research on these sites will add critical data to telling the story of this late Holocene time period of bison hunting in the Southern Plains. A couple of volunteers that work in our park, Rick is a THC steward. They were on a field trip looking for things for their high school boys especially to go do. They're too fidgety in the classroom, so Rick and Susan take geology field trips in the park. Again, Rick is a trained THC steward. He's also a geologist. He knows what he's looking for. He stumbled across this site in late November of 2021. A little bit washed out picture, but you can see the dramatic ridge. This is inside the Caprock Canyon State Park. He noticed bison bone. He was pretty certain that's what it was. It wasn't cow. He noticed it washing out in this little remnant of a toe slope. They discovered the second bison jump known in Texas, the first in 63 years since the Bonfire Shelter was discovered. The upper part, the jump part, is not in the state park. It is actually on private property, but we have very good relationship with the private property owners. The bone beds are in the park. So in December of 2021, Rick contacted Chris Lentz, a former TPWD archaeologist, expert in a lot of panhandle archaeology, another THC steward, Andy Burcham. They traveled to the site. Chris confirmed it did look like a bison kill site, probably a jump site. And so by January, the TPWD team of archaeologists came out and began recording the site. Because of funding restrictions, funding limitations for us at that time, we could not contract or put together a big enough team to go do the work that needed to be done. We partnered with Texas Tech University, and we're able to perform a field school in the fall when the weather is good enough to do archaeology in this part of the world. And they came out and helped us do some salvage archaeology and some of the original testing on the park, on the site. You can see the Caprock Canyon is over 15,000 acre park. You can see the red, the pointer on here. Nope. So you can see the red box. That's where these two sites are. So the key points I want to leave you with today. This archaeological site is rare. It's a novel type of site in Texas, and it is endangered due to erosion. Caprock Canyon is a highly eroding landscape. There are certainly components that are well preserved, the testing showed, and we can do some more work to recover more data, learn more about this time period. There's a high potential for collaborative bison research opportunities because it is public land, because we have this unique resource of the living bison, and then a couple of archaeological sites with bison remains, and this dramatic one. Erosion is a major concern. We need to do some long-term preservation for the main bone beds. What we can't get to through salvage archaeology, we will try to preserve in place. It is in a remote area of the state park. However, it is public land, and there is concerns with all of our sites that there could be potential illegal activities as the public discovers the site, if they do. So thank you for listening to me this morning. Do I take questions now?
Yeah, any questions, members?
I have a question on that very first slide. Could you give us a kind of a perspective on how big a person is next to that?
Yes. I think she's going to help us get that back up.
Actually, Teresa,
Whoops.
pull up my slide. Yeah, go back to my presentation.
In general, the jump from where we think the bison ran off the cliff to the main level of the bone bed today is about a 4-story building. It's a little over 30 feet. Brad wanted me to show this slide as well, so it's kind of fun. So there's a lot of archaeology that was found. There's potential for a processing site. We have more work to do on the right on BI 565. BI 564 is where erosion is the main problem. It's where most of the bones are exposed. So further testing on 565 will tell a better story. Guess it already popped
Yes,
up
we
all
have-
the cool little pictures.
We have one more question.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm not up on my bison activities. So what occurred here? Did the bisons naturally run and jump, or were they directed there for the purpose of?
Yes, on bison, for this to be a archaeological site, we have to prove that humans were part of the story. And so the bison were hunted. We haven't done a lot of work on the uplands to determine how they were funneled, but based on the artifacts found with the bison, they were killed. These types of sites, bison don't naturally run off a cliff. We'll just put it that way. They're smart
didn't know.
animals. It took some logistics for a group of hunters to get them to where they landed.
Any
Yes.
other questions? Hearing none, we need to move on to our motions. Brad, if you can get us to that page.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman?
you, Tony.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. It was great.
Mr. Chairman, before we start with this, I want the record to show, this is Doug Boyd, that I'm going to recuse myself from voting involved with the fundraising on this project.
Okay, Doug, so noted. Thank you. Okay, members, I'm going to handle the motions a little bit differently this meeting, rather than my reading them all. We have 3 motions here. A is approval of the SAL, B is disapproval, and C is that we don't have enough information to determine if it's eligible to be a state antiquities landmark. Would a member like to read one of the motions and move it forward?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move motion A. I'll move that the board send forward and recommend to the commission the approval of SAL nomination for 41B1564 and 41B1565 Caprock Canyon State Park, Briscoe County, owned by Texas Parks and Wildlife.
And clarification, it's B-I? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Yes. Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
Second.
Any further discussion, members? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, Brad, we're going on to agenda item 4A, discussion and possible action on the proposed 10-year second extension for archaeology permit number 5349, Slaughter Creek Greenbelt Survey, Austin, Texas County, for Principal Investigator Christopher Ringstaff, and I'll let you take it from there.
All right, well, thank you, AAB members. This is the first of 3 permit extensions we will be reviewing today. This is a pretty standard one. Mr. Ringstaff is asking for a 10-year extension on his permit. This is a project that he's been doing as a pro bono project with the city of Austin in Travis County. It's a really interesting project. He's been able to get different groups involved, and I think it's definitely more than justifiable to extend his permit for another 10 years to allow him to finish this project. I am going to call Mr. Ringstaff to the front to present on the extension himself. I will state that the staff of the Archaeology Division are in support of approving this permit extension. Thank you, Chris. Do I make a skateboarding joke? Oh, I guess I did.
Good morning. Yeah, I'll just, I don't have a PowerPoint. You'll have to forgive me. I've been a little indisposed. However, what I can tell you about this project, it's pretty interesting. It's, I'm doing it pro bono for the city of Austin, and, you know, bless, you know, Parks and Recreation's heart. You know, they're, you know, keeping them, I mean, they're honest folks, but, you know, this was something that was flying under the radar. There were friends groups that were building trails in this park, and, you know, it's a pretty classic example of, well, where not to put the trail. You know, don't put the trail on the archaeological site, you know, put it over there. If, you know, my work at Parks and Wildlife has taught me anything, you know, certainly parks are meant to be used by people, and, you know, let's find the happy place to put these, you know, this type of infrastructure. Anyway, so living in the neighborhood, I just called Parks and Rec up and just said, hey, look, I live here. I'll tell you what, I'll survey the thing for you, you know, we'll figure this deal out, you know, and I brought Mark Denton out at the time, and since then, you know, I've had Texas Archaeological Society come out, I've had Travis County Archaeological Society, I've tried to get the Ann Richards School involved, you know, with their students, so it's a good kind of open research opportunity. It's really interesting property in Southwest Austin. It's right along the, you know, Edwards Escarpment, so there's Edwards limestone there, and it's certainly chert bearing, so there's a big lithic procurement site. There's a lot of stacked rock walls from the late 19th century. You know, it's just a potpourri of really interesting archaeology. And so at this point, you know, I've got the whole place mapped. One site is nominated, is listed as an SAL, and the work continues. You know, I've got the report drafted, and, you know, it's just, oh, too many irons in the fire these days, you know, and it is a pro bono project, and Parks and Recreation are happy, so, oh, that's, you know, pretty much all I really can say about it right now, other than if you guys had any questions about the property, I'm more than certainly happy to answer. Yes, ma'am.
So is it like a village area or something at some point?
Well,
I mean, what's there exactly?
So the park itself is City of Austin Greenbelt, and it was acquired as part of a development deal, and it is right on the escarpment, so there's a bunch of faulting in there in Edwards. So there's a lot of prehistoric sites in there, but mostly lithic procurement sites. There are some prehistoric campsites, but not the middens that I would have expected. It's on the Slaughter Creek in a tributary, an unnamed tributary. I think really one of the most interesting things to it, and it's really not my bag, is the mid, you know, the 20th century ranching landscape that was there, you know, prior. And also, you know, before that, all the stacked rock walls, you know, would certainly date to the late 19th century. I've mapped all those out, and, you know, it's got something for everybody there. So, you know, I've brought in, you know, a lot of different, you know, people and groups there. You know, Tiffany Osborne's, you know, come out to help me. Had Chris Lentz out, you know. But now my own forte, which is lithic technology, it is really interesting that this is one of the far eastern lithic acquisition areas. So if you're coming off the Blackland Prairie, this is going to be the first outcrop you hit, you know, coming from east to west. And it's really interesting. And it's just littered. It's just littered with lithics, you know. So where they put in one of the trails, it just literally, it's just bleeding artifacts, you know. And it's just like an example of, you know, when I take the parks out, it's like, so this is an example where not to put the trail, you know. This is, you know, this is just going to set off a bunch of looting and everything else, you know. And parks have been, you know, they've been good folks, you know, and we've rerouted some of the trails, and it's just, it's a wonderful property, and it's, you know, it's in the neighborhood, you know, and I've worked with a lot of those groups, and like I said, brought in outside groups, so it's been a wonderful opportunity, but, you know, I'll get it finished up probably in the next, you know, year or so. I've got the report drafted. I need to go ahead and finish the boundaries on some of the site delineations, but, you know, it's all GIS work. It's largely done.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for being here today, traveling. to present your position on this, and I know the board really appreciates your efforts. And any other questions, members? Hearing none. We have two motions here. Motion A is to approve the extension for 10 years. Motion B is to deny the extension. Would a member like to move forward by reading one of the motions?
I move that the AAB recommend the commission grant Christopher Ringstaff a second 10-year extension for Antiquities Permit 5349.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is agenda item 4B, discussion and possible action on the proposed 10-year second extension for archaeology permit number 6523, stage data recovery investigations at the Three Toads site, 41 HS 973, parentheses, CSJ 0843-02-012, Harrison County, for principal investigator Waldo Trell. And Brad, I'll let you take it from there.
All right, just another 10-year second extension. This is for Waldo Trell, who's with TxDOT. This is a TxDOT permit. It's large data recovery. As these often do, it's taking more time than the original permits anticipated. So Waldo is here to present, and I will invite him to come up and speak briefly on why he needs the 10-year extension. And staff do also support this extension.
Good morning. Yes, the Three Toads site is in the Piney Woods, and it is located on the Little Cypress Bayou. It's actually a small hill, and during the rainy season up there, it's actually an island in the bayou. During the dry part of the season, it's on the bank of the bayou. And we had a project where we were going to build a new bridge in the location, and we discovered this site on this rise. And it was interesting because we normally don't see sites in a location like this, not exactly where you'd want to live. But we did find quite a bit there. The site consists of a number of cooking features and a lot of lithic material from that area. We see a lot of things like knives and dart points particularly we're seeing there. And so try to get at the question of what were they doing here, what resources were they trying to extract from this area. We're doing use-wear analysis on all the tools, and then we've discovered residue on a number of the tools, and we're going to try to analyze those. The site is dating to the late Archaic, which was a bit surprising because when we initially saw the diagnostic tools up there, it was clearly, I should say, the site starts in the second half of the Middle Archaic, which is about 5,000 years ago, and then it abruptly stops right at the end of the late Archaic, about 2,200 years ago. What was surprising there is we assumed there was going to be a woodland component because that's usually mixed into these sites and has similar artifacts. However, when we got the dates back from the features, it's just that middle to late Archaic with no woodland mixed into it, even though because of certain artifacts we thought woodland, but we do know those artifacts actually started in late Archaic and continue on, but it looks like that's the case here. It's just an Archaic site, which is really exciting because since woodland gets typically mixed in there, we've never really known what the difference is between the two sites, and here we can kind of isolate it. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions for Waldo? I bet today there may be more toads.
I think there was a reference to 3 frogs found in a unit during excavation.
So, any other questions, members? Hearing none. Waldo, thanks for that presentation. We really appreciate you traveling here to be with us today. And members, we have 2 motions. Motion A is approval. Motion B is denial. Would a member like to move forward one of the motions by reading it?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the AAB recommend that the commission grant Waldo Trell a second 10-year extension for Antiquities Permit 6523.
And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set, Waldo.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, our next agenda item, 4C, is discussion and possible action on the proposed 5-year second extension for archaeology permit number 6688, the Shores Golf Course at Lake Ray Hubbard site, 41 RW2, Rockwall County, for the principal investigator Katrina Banks Whitley. And Brad, I'll let you take it from there.
All right, this is our final permit extension. It's for 5 years for PI Katrina Banks Whitley. This is for the ongoing investigations associated with a cemetery. As I think Katrina will tell you, they are still sort of working through the final disposition of the human remains associated with it and are asking for more time on this permit. Staff are in agreement with this and support it, but I will call Katrina up to speak briefly on the project.
Hi, thank you very much. This site actually sits on the shore of Lake Ray Hubbard in Dallas. And when we first investigated the site, it was back in 2013 when we, of course, were under drought conditions in North Texas. And so the 10-year period that we had for that, as soon as we were going out to finalize our investigations, the lake level rose and we were unable to complete actually investigating the edge of this site. The site was found in 1963 and half of it sits on under a golf course and then the other half of it is actually out in the lake. And so with the water levels, with the kind of drought conditions that we've had in North Texas this summer, the lake actually dropped in the last 3 months and is exposing some of that shoreline. So that has allowed us to actually, finally, after all of this time, to actually go back out and take another look at that shoreline to really kind of see what's going on and see what's being exposed. Also, Dallas Water Utilities, their entire office has overturned. And so in the last couple of years, we've been working with an entirely new set of individuals that we're trying to catch up on archaeology and how it works and how, we go through the process of working with the site. We do right now have the Wichita and affiliated tribes have agreed to take all of the human remains. And so we're just asking for a little bit of time, not only just to kind of finalize what's going on out there since we finally actually have Lakeshore available again to really take a look and see what's happening with this site, because we do have human remains that are washing out. And we went actually last week to take a look and there were more human remains that actually had washed up on the shoreline of this location. And we're working with Dallas Water Utilities also so they can come up with a plan on how they're going to mitigate this location, because it is right off of golf course tee off number 13 where people can look over the side and see it. But also, again, it's right underneath that. And when we went and looked, there's a lot of erosion actually happening on the site where they lost a very significant part of it. And again, we figured this out last week whenever the waters came in. So it's just trying to finalize this and walk Dallas Water Utilities through how they need to go through mitigating this location and then getting these human remains returned.
Thank you, Katrina. Any questions, members? Yes.
I noticed the other extensions were for 10 years, and you have some complicated issues. Do you think 5 years is enough?
Yes, I do think 5 years is enough.
Thank you.
Katrina, they're talking about El Nino year. That lake may fill back up.
Yeah, I know.
So, okay, members, we have two motions. One is approval, the other B is denial. Would a member like to read one of the motions and move it forward?
I move that the AAB recommend that the commission grant Katrina Banks Whitley a second 5-year extension for Antiquities Permit 6688.
In second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set, Katrina.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, now we're moving into division reports, and we're going to start off with a division report by Brad for the Archaeology Division.
All right, just really quickly, here's our standard report on permits issued in the past quarter. Compared to last year, you can see that actually we've had a pretty significant rise in the number of permits issued, which has been an ongoing trend for the entire year, which just shows you that Texas is a very busy place. And just to break down, as usual, most of these are archaeological surveys associated with sort of the preliminary stages of construction projects or development projects. Are a number of testing and data recovery. I do want to point out one of the data recovery permits is one you guys issued last meeting for the Alamo, and I know we'll be talking about the Alamo later, but I wanted to report that Dr. Lindley, who's here, says the Alamo excavations in the courtyard are going amazingly, and they've found about 5,000 artifacts already out of a pretty small component. So it's exciting to see. I'm sure you all hear about it in the future. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'm going to let Elizabeth Brummett take the stage.
Welcome, Elizabeth, and we look forward to hearing your update.
All right, we are looking at a new way of presenting the information on the number of permits that we've issued. I wanted to thank Alexander Shane, who's here with us again today, for putting together this graph showing the last 2 years' worth of activities rather than just comparing the last quarter with the same quarter in the previous fiscal year. This gives us a longer window for comparison and really allows us to see broader trends. There was a 37% increase in permitting activity in fiscal year 2023 as compared with fiscal year 2022. So we're proposing to continue with this format going forward, and we'll continue to just substitute in the most recent quarter. In terms of the types of permits that were issued, I always like to note that demolition is not demolition of significant historic properties. We did have a tree removal in Brackenridge Park and also removal of a non-historic fence at a historic property. Other projects included stabilization work at the Archer County Jail, preservation of the Steamboat House at the Sam Houston Memorial Museum, and roof replacement to address hail damage at one of the properties at Hemisphere, among many other permits issued in the last quarter. So that concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
Yeah, I do have a question. That's a pretty significant rise in the activity that's going on. Is your staff able to cope with that well?
Yes, we have been. I will say that this one last permit for hail damage that I just mentioned was one of multiple. There are many individual SAL designations at Hemisphere Park.
Okay.
And the entire park experienced a significant amount of hail damage. So that was one source of the rise in permits. We also have been individually permitting those tree removals at Brackenridge Park. And so between those two types of activity, that has accounted for a good bit of that increase.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? Thank you, Elizabeth, for that update, and thank you, Brad, for your update.
Thank you.
At this point, it's time to convene the Texas Historical Commission for a joint meeting with the Antiquities Advisory Board, and I now turn the microphone over to THC Chair John Now.
That concludes your area, Jim?
Pardon me?
That concludes?
The first half of AAB.
Yep. Okay. Well, today is October 27th, 2023. It is now 9:03 a.m. This meeting of the Texas Historical Commission has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. The committee may discuss and/or take action on any of the items listed on the agenda. I'd like to open by asking everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and Texas. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, for the record, please state your name and city of residence, starting with, Jim, are you on the end?
No.
No. Okay.
Lilia Garcia, Raymondville.
Jim Brisseth, Austin.
Laurie Limbacher, Austin.
Renee Dudia, Dallas.
Pete Peterson, Alpine.
Catherine McKnight, Dallas.
John Now, Houston.
Garrett Donnelly, Midland.
John Crane, Dallas. Ted Houghton, El Paso.
Donna Bahorich, Houston.
Tom Perini, Buffalo Gap.
Monica Sarate Burdette, Rockport.
David Gravel, Highland Park.
David, you're the end? Yes, sir. Can't see down there. All right, thank you. We have a quorum present, and the meeting is now open. We will excuse the absence of Fritz Duda, one of our new commissioners. Do I have a motion to excuse his absence? So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any objection? Being none, that absence is excused. We now move to public comment. I'll say again, if any member of the public wants to make a comment before the commission, the public comment forum needs to come here to me. We will open, and the comments are 3 minutes, and I try hard to enforce that. Pamela Anderson, an update on Authentic Texas and the Texas Heritage Trails. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Now, Mr. Wolf, commissioners, and fellow heritage and cultural tourism advocates. I'm Pamela Anderson, a Texas Brazos Trail Region board member and president of the Texas Heritage Trails, LLC. I appreciate this opportunity to provide an update from the Texas Heritage Trail, LLC, also known as Authentic Texas. I'm joined today by my colleague and fellow LLC manager, Dolores Mosier, from the Texas Plains Trail Region. Authentic Texas is a collection of storytellers chronicling the rich history and culture of Texas through its authentic people, places, and things. The mission of Authentic Texas is to advocate for tourism through the Texas Heritage Trail regions by sharing curated coverage of captivating generational tales that make Texas like no place else. We are thrilled to share with you Authentic Texas issue 26, Ghosts, UFOs, and Folklore of Texas. This spine-tingling edition highlights communities such as Salado, Levelland, Aurora, and Edinburgh, as well as Jefferson and Galveston. It treats readers to articles on dark skies, the State Park Centennial, Texas Archaeology Month, and includes promotion of the 2024 Real Places Conference, which we are proud to support. This issue also launches a new feature to showcase one of the Heritage Trail regions, beginning with the Texas Pecos Trail region. This week, a team from Authentic Texas is in Nacogdoches, where we are a sponsor and exhibitor at the Texas Downtown Association Annual Conference. As we look to the future, Authentic Texas remains dedicated to support the Texas Ranger Law Enforcement Organization, its foundation, and its bicentennial celebration in 2023. The 2023 Texas Ranger bicentennial activities will conclude with a gala in Austin in mid-November. In addition, as a proud mom, a baseball mom, to players at both the high school and college levels, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the Texas Rangers, be it their prowess with bats or guns. Go Rangers. Speaking of sports, the next issue of Authentic Texas will delve into the rich athletic legacy and sports heritage of Texas through compelling storytelling about Ben Hogan Museum in Dublin, historic high school football stadiums, plus activities across the state that celebrate Texas, Independence Day, and much more. We are broadening our editorial committee, welcoming individuals with diverse expertise from across the state. We're eagerly anticipating the new year, and we're on the cusp of announcing exciting media and business-related developments. The Authentic Texas team also conveys its warmest wishes to Mark Wolf for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pamela, for everything that you do to keep that alive. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir.
and you set the stage. It was right on 3 minutes. Thank you. Joanne Crawford, the Texas Heritage Trails Program.
I set my timer so I wouldn't go over.
There's no real penalty.
First of all, I want to welcome all of you to the Texas Hill Country Trail Region. We're part of the Heritage Trails Program. We are meeting in my region today, which I'm so proud of. I was so excited to hear that it was going to be in Fredericksburg and that it was going to be held at the National Museum of the Pacific War. David Shields most recently joined our board of directors during our September meeting, so we are looking forward to having his influence in our educational programs and all of the programs that we have moving forward. And speaking of the educational programs, I know when you are looking at your calendars for April of next year, and you're writing in your Real Places Conference dates of April 3rd through 5th, and the eclipse, which will be happening April 8th, and it's going to be going right through the hill country. I want you to also think about April 18th, which is when the Texas Hill Country Trail Region will be bringing in Joe Veneto. He is an experiential pioneer. He likes to focus on heritage tourism. He likes to bring stories to life, stories of the past, and he works closely with EDCs, cities, historic sites, historical commissions, and we will be bringing in an educational component focusing on main streets. We have brought him in once before here in Fredericksburg, which we focused on Fort Morton Scott, Pioneer Museum, the National Museum of the Pacific War, and the Luckenbach Dance Hall, where we focused on those historical sites. And this time we're going to be focusing more on downtowns. We were looking for a robust downtown to use, and while Fredericksburg is an overachiever in robust downtowns, we decided to do this one in Kerrville to share the wealth of having Joe, because this is the second time we're bringing him back. Last time he came back, last time he was here was 7 years ago. But we're looking at inviting main streets, and he really helps people tell the story about their site, so they're not just walking, visitors aren't just walking in and looking at things. They are feeling things, they're seeing things, they're touching things, they are having a true experience. So that will be April 18th. It will be 9 to 4. It will be in Kerrville. It will be classroom session and then in the field. You're actually out in the field looking, feeling, touching, talking to their sites so that everything can be improved and people that attend it learn, see? And anyway, thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of the Hill Country Trail Region.
Well, thank you. We're glad to be here too. All right, next, Seneca McAdams, welcome.
Good morning, all. I'm Seneca McAdams. I'm your Texas Independence Trail Region Executive Director. So I have 28 little counties in Southeast Texas, everything from San Antonio and the Alamo to just on the other side of Houston and San Jacinto Monument. The upper Texas coast from Galveston all the way down to Port O'Connor, Goliad, and then the most northern parts are Brenham, which some of y'all may have heard of a little ice cream company there named Bluebell Ice Cream, and Washington on the Brazos, and then all the way over to Bastrop. I'm here with several of my cohorts with the Texas Heritage Trails Program. We have lots and lots of things happening actually, and actually in 2 weeks we have our big annual workshop, the Texian Rally Workshop. This is our big fundraiser. Mark is going to be one of our speakers talking about all the fabulous things that are going on with the Texas Heritage Trails and the Texas Historical Commission and how well things are moving along and all of the different exciting properties and things that are going on, everything from the Cap Rock. That just sounds fabulous. There's that little event going on over at San Jacinto where the budget was as large as the entire division's budget, which is phenomenal. So I want to invite all of you. That is going to be in Seguin. We do move it around, just like you move your meetings around. This is in the town that was the Texian hero who actually fought in both the Alamo War and then also in San Jacinto. So we're very excited about that. That is going to be on Wednesday, November 8th and November 9th. And so we would like to invite all of you. Commissioner Brisseth has joined us once in Gonzales, and also the chairman was one of our speakers in Gonzales several years ago.
Yep.
At the church, don't you remember?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So thank you very much. We would like to invite you, again, that's November 8th and 9th, and you can register online. You'll see our website under texastimetravel.com. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Seneca, and to all of y'all that came here, thank you for the job. Let's see, Melissa Hagens on Heritage Trails.
Good morning. I am Melissa Hagens with the Texas Pecos Trail Region. I represent 22 counties in West and Southwest Texas. The Eclipse will be going right through the Pecos Trail Region also. We're super excited about that. Thank you all so much for being here today and allowing us to come and speak. I am also part of Authentic Texas, and there is a great little story in here about the Pecos Trail. Happen to know the writer, so if you need an autograph, let me know. I'd be happy to autograph that story for you. We were super excited to be the first one chosen to be highlighted in Authentic Texas for our trail region. We just wrapped up the State Fair of Texas, 24 days that we had a wonderful booth sponsored by the THC. We are very grateful for that opportunity to share all of the wonderful communities in the state of Texas with the visitors that come to the State Fair. A couple of years ago, I gave up being in charge of that, decided it was time for me to step back, but I do continue to be on the setup team and also working the State Fair as part of my time with the Heritage Trails program. I've also been very blessed this year to be a part of the Texas Rangers Bicentennial Celebration. We have been able to travel around with the Texas Rangers to help celebrate their bicentennial. I have developed friendships with Texas Rangers, the Rangers Association Foundation, and their board of directors. And those are some blessings that I would not have had the opportunity to do if not being part of the Heritage Trails program and our wonderful magazine of Authentic Texas. Mark, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. I did celebrate my 7-year anniversary this year, and I want to say thank you for being a part of those 7 years. And also thank you, Commission, for all that you do for us, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Melissa. Dolores Moser, welcome. Update on the Texas Plains Trail.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dolores Mosier. I brought my audio visual. I hope you appreciate it. Okay. No, I don't have to. Just take it from me. I just want you to know I'm an old school girl. I've been a member of the Plains Trail from 2006. We do bold and beautiful things because we're a bold and beautiful part of the world. I'm speaking for Allison Kendrick, our absolutely fabulous executive director. She was unable to come. We are up in the Panhandle. We are part of we have the South Plains and the Panhandle. We're 52 counties. Allison wanted me to convey to you that some of the high points from our high plains. The Texas Plains Trail region ended our year 23 on a high note. We completed many projects of our scope of work, including working with our museums, hosting hospitality training sessions, exhibiting at trade shows, and much more. We gave out 4,000 Plains Trail guides. Our board has totaled over 200 hours of service by our board members and our volunteers. Our board members have traveled 3,600 miles attending meetings and events. If you live in Big Spring and you have to go to Textline, you're going to travel for 336 miles. It's going to take you 5 hours to get to that meeting. On our broad horizons, we will be working to showcase and support our historic theaters. We're going to be gearing up to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the Red River War. Thanks to our Heritage Tourism partners and our Heritage Tourism team, we will be having a new brochure that we're very excited about. We have strong supporters with, can I mention this again? Authentic Texas Magazine. And we're working hard to make sure that we have a big impact in the heritage tourism business for the Texas Plains Trail. We live in, like I said, in a bold and beautiful place. It's big, it's bold. We have done big and bold projects. In 2010, somebody suggested that we visit each one of our 52 counties, which we did every Wednesday for a whole year. We didn't do it alphabetically. We didn't do it chronologically as the counties lay out. We decided we'd do it that alphabetically, so we were here and there and here and there and here and there. Every Wednesday for a year we did that. We followed this up with our Quanah Parker Trail, which was just supposed to be sort of like the Forts Trail has an event where people pay them $40 to ride their bicycles between forts. We thought that was interesting. The Lakes Trail has where you can drive from horse ranch to horse ranch and look and see how that works. We decided we'll do a Quanah Parker Trail, and we will find some way to commemorate that. We found a beautiful arrow that was in New Home, Texas, and the sculptor decided he would donate arrows. We now have 88 arrows that commemorate Quanah Parker and the Comanches in our region. It was bold, it was big, and it was really, really beautiful. We continue to connect with our partners regionally, and I'm very, very proud of our partnerships with our Brazos Trail, our Forts Trail, our Forest Trail, the Hill Country Trail, the Independence Trail, the Lakes Trail, Mountain Trail, Pecos Trail, and the Tropical Trail. These girls all work so closely together, and I'm in awe of what they do. So we're going to be able to make more big and beautiful relationships. We're going to continue to connect with our partners, and we're going to go to all the little places that, for each one of you should find a fun place to go and travel those back roads. Robert Frost was the one that said we take the road, when they diverge, we take the road less taken, and it makes all the difference, and that's what we think we do. We hope that you will come and visit, and we will continue to support our big and bold work of the Texas Heritage Tourism Department of the Texas Historical Commission. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Great presentation. All right, next, and let's see. Oh, Valerie Bates, I'm sorry. Had one hidden. Valerie, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Valerie Bates, and I'm the Chair Emeritus now of the Texas Tropical Trail Region. Chair was unable to be here today, and Sandy Jumper, our Executive Director, is under the weather. So Nancy is an old face friend here. Not old face. I was gonna say. That was a term of endearment. And so she's standing here with me today. We wanted to do something a little different. But on the business side of things, I wanted to say we also participated in State Fair, and we found a marked difference in the audience that we interacted with for those 2 days. I know a couple of years ago, I reported on people coming and picking up packs of the Heritage Travel Guide, and there was a lot of enthusiasm for history and heritage-specific travel. We found that the traveler was very, very focused on what they wanted to see and do, and they had plans. And last year, we couldn't believe how many people came around the corner and saw the photo of our lighthouse and said they had been there. And we felt, well, that's a different, maybe we've done everything we need to do here. This year was completely different. We found that the traveler was not focused, very, very soft focused, didn't have plans. I could count over the hundreds and hundreds of people we talked to, on one hand, the number of people who came and said, I want to go there, can you tell me more about it? I think it is a call to action, again, that we can't get complacent with our outreach and our message, and our passion has to continue for the product that we're trying to share to the public. We can't take their attention span for granted. So I just wanted to put that out there. Today, Mark, Tropical Trail, the City of Port Isabel, and the Lighthouse just wanted to honor you, take a moment to say that we've appreciated everything you've done with us and for us throughout the years. For Nancy and I, this feels a bit full circle. My first meeting with, in this setting was in Fredericksburg all those years ago in 2008, and here we are back again. So we had a couple of things we wanted to present you with, and one is just a little token of our appreciation from the Texas Tropical Trail. And we just wanted to let you know how sincerely we appreciate your support. And speaking on behalf of the Lighthouse, we couldn't have had a better advocate because of your love for lighthouses and because of your recognition that this site could really bring something to this agency. So I've appreciated that. And we are what we are today largely because of your passion for lighthouses and your direction in the projects that we have embarked on. Getting a lens in the lighthouse was a dream we didn't even dare to have. So today I have a little care basket from our lighthouse. And like I said yesterday, we have an opening for a lighthouse volunteer. We have you. We have a bell cap, so you can come prepared. And not look out of place at all. And we have a lighthouse passport that has been stamped because I've been witness to your many visits there, your enthusiastic climbs to the top of the lighthouse to take in the view. I just can't tell you from the bottom of our hearts, my mayor, city manager, everybody really appreciates your interaction. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Valerie. Okay, Mark, you got to put it on. Look at that. All right. In my many years of doing this, I've never heard that much applause. All right, Loretha Clay, former commissioner, good morning.
Good morning. In 2015, the A.T. and Addie Odom Homestead was listed on the Preservation Texas list of endangered places. And on November the 16th, 2023, we will get one of their honors awards in Beaumont, Texas for the work that we have done on restoring the Odom Homestead. And the reason I wanted to come to you today was to thank you very, very much, because without your guidance, your advice from all the staff, and your money, we would not be in the place that we are today. And since I was in town, I was like, well, let me just thank everyone. I know I've talked to people individually, but I wanted to thank you as a group and have it go on record that we, the Odom family, the Shankleville Historical Society, very much appreciate all the partnership that you have shown us. I don't have any gifts or hats, but wanted you to know that we sincerely thank you for all your efforts.
Loretha, thank you, because without your passion, it wouldn't have happened, and thanks for your service.
And you will probably be getting another invitation in June, because we're going to do another.
Thank you. Now, excuse me, problem with phones that come through your hearing aid, all of a sudden you can't hear anything but the phone ringing. Give me just a minute. Now, I want to ask General Hagee, for those that don't know, he is the head of the museum, the Nimitz Museum here. And I'm going to say, General, the working relationship with the state through the Historical Commission here is a superb relationship. It's because of your leadership. This example is being used in other states for creating affiliate relationships between a site and a state agency on best practice, and it wouldn't be that way without you. So thank you. And thank you for hosting us in this historic place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mark, Admiral Nimitz's grandfather came here on the 8th of May, 1846, 19 years old. He'd already served as in the German Merchant Marine. And when you put that hat on, he would have seen you as a comrade. He would have recognized you. Panel or commissioners, I am Mike Hagee. I grew up here. I'm sort of a amateur historian on Fredericksburg and the Hill Country. And Mark and Joseph, I'd like to thank you all very much for that great Project 2 report you did on Fort Martin Scott. I thought it was really quite well done and very professional. I've had the opportunity to talk with the mayor, Gerald Hoover, who is unable to be here today, and the executive director of the Gillespie County Historical Society, and they are absolutely committed, Mr. Chairman, to just what you were talking about, to do everything they can to make the relationship between THC and the state and the city and county here so we can bring Fort Martin Scott back and tell its story to the Texans and the rest of the American people. We believe it is a very important part of not only our history here, but the history of the state of Texas. So we're hoping that you will be able to approve Project 2 and move on, or Phase 2 of the process, and move on to the financial part, Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, thanks for your hospitality, sir. Give me just a minute. Okay, at the end of the public comments, we will now meet concurrently with the Antiquities Advisory Board. Jim, you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready, Mr. Chairman. And we're going to go to the agenda item number 3 for the full commission, and be 3.1, where we're going to hear a presentation from Kate Rogers, Executive Director of the Alamo Trust, and Patrick Gallagher of Gallagher and Associates. And Kate, I'm sure you're going to lead off.
Yes, sir.
We have what?
Oh, okay. Sorry, Lori. That's...
No problem. Good morning, Chairman.
Morning.
Mark, thank you for all you've done in San Antonio. I really appreciate your calmness when I'm freaking out about certain things. More recently, the John Woods Courthouse, and Mark came down and was a true partner. And I really am excited about what we're going to be able to do with that project. And you had a lot to do with it. But your fingerprints are all over San Antonio, and I've really enjoyed working with you. So congratulations. I don't have a gift for you either. I feel like you really stood us all up with your fabulous basket. So I will get you a basket. I'll have it delivered. I'll get you a basket of cats, and I'm going to have it delivered to your house. Something that you want. Just joking. But I really appreciate your work. So for those of you who don't, it is a THC full presentation. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lori Houston. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of San Antonio. And I've had the honor and privilege of serving as a staff lead for 2 transformational projects in San Antonio. One is the Alamo, which you've seen me here before presenting. We've had some good times and bad times, and luckily, it's nothing but good times moving forward. And then, of course, the Hemisphere redevelopment site. And Hemisphere was the site of the 1968 World's Fair, and it is a locally designated historic district. And this is a project that you've all permitted quite a bit throughout the past several years, whether it be the historic homes, some archaeological permits for our parks development. But we've had a lot happen over the past just 10 years of development in Hemisphere, and I wanted to share a little bit about that with you today. But also I want to share with you a lot that's going on with the Alamo project. And, you know, I have these two sites circled on this map. You know, the red is the one with the Alamo, and then the green is Hemisphere. And while these are two different, separate destinations for San Antonians and Texans, they're connected by history. In fact, you know, before Hemisphere, before the World's Fair, it was a neighborhood known as Germantown, and before that it was the farmlands for the Alamo. And so these two sites are connected, and I'm really proud to represent both of them here today. But before I go on, I do want to introduce my colleague, Karina Green. She is the Associate Vice President of Real Estate at the University of Texas, San Antonio. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about Hemisphere, and then I'm going to invite Karina Green to finish up with the update on what we're doing with some property behind the Alamo. So if you can go to the next slide, and do you have a clicker up here I can use? Okay, thank you. And so first, just briefly on Hemisphere. Hemisphere is a series of 3 separate parks. You have Yanaguana Garden, which opened in 2015, Civic Park, which Phase 1 opened 2 weeks ago, and Phase 2 is under construction, and then Tower Park. And within each of these parks, it's surrounded by activation and retail and housing. Now, the first park I want to talk about is Yanaguana Garden. It opened in 2015. We've had over 650,000 visitors annually to this playground, and it's activated by several retail establishments surrounding the park. You can see the areas in orange are retail. The areas in red are offices that are currently in historic homes that will be renovated. But of the 21 historic homes that were remaining after the 1968 World's Fair, we've already restored 8, and we're going to be restoring another 13 over the next 5 years. But you can see the types of retail establishments we have in this park. And this was open in 2015, and as I mentioned, over 650,000 people annually to San Antonio. This is an example of 2 of the historic homes restoration. We have Commonwealth Coffee, and then we also have Bombay Bicycle Club. These 2 areas are packed in the evening now with the cooler weather. Commonwealth is pretty busy in the morning. It's become a local hotspot for meetings, but it's been very, very successful. And then this is an example of one of the housing projects in the area, the 1968. It's 151 units, 50% are workforce housing. It's occupied at 97%, has 6,000 square feet of retail in the building. The next park is Civic Park. This phase opened 2 weeks ago. And within Civic Park, you have several different types of amenities. You have the Source Plaza, the Zocalo, the Promenade, the Great Lawn, the Shallows, the garden, called the Mural Room, and there's a connection to La Vita. This is also the location of where the 2025 Final Four is going to be, men's Final Four, April 1st through 3rd. We're very excited about hosting them in 2025. But a couple things about this project. It was $62 million. Phase 1 was completed, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, and we completed the Promenade, which is right here, the Great Lawn, the Shallows, and the garden portion. And 2 weeks ago, we had our first event was San Antonio Jazz Alive, and on the last night of the event, we had 15,000 people in this area. And this is a beautiful picture of them watching the Jazz Alive activities. And then this is an example on the left when that space is empty. But 15,000 exceeded our expectations first weekend that it opened. And then this is an example of the promenade. It was active with food booths, other artists doing caricatures and other types of activities. But it's been successful. We had Luminaria, which is our art festival, last week as well, and we had about 20,000 people within the park. This is an example of the shallow area in the evening. You can see the Hilton Palacio del Rio in the background, and then you can see some of the other water features that align the park. But this is some of the work that you've been doing. We've had a lot of permits coming forward to this group. Mark, you've been a wonderful partner, and just like I said, the first weekend, it was a tremendous success. We expect about 100,000 people to be in the park this weekend for our Dia de los Muertos festival. And then surrounding the park, there's going to be private development. I just want to briefly mention that you see 4 boxes there, A, B, C, and D. A and B is going to be apartments with a garage and then 50,000 square feet of retail. That's going to be starting construction in October of 2024. C is a 200-room Hilton Courier Hotel. That starts construction next month. So early November, we're going to do a groundbreaking for that hotel. And then D is more housing with retail. So the project is happening. Everyone has their financing. We're ready to start. We're just doing some sequencing because our commitment is to be able to host the Final Four in 2025. And so we want to make sure that we minimize any disruption from keeping that happening. And this is a rendering of the hotel that will break ground next month. And then the last one is the Tower Park. And so the Tower Park is the area that surrounds the Tower of Americas. It's adjacent to the UTSA's property, ITC, as well as the Federal Courthouse building and the Training Center and the GSA office building. So we are going to be starting design in the next 2 to 3 years. We want to finish the Civic Park, but it'll be a more passive area that is activated closer to the tower, takes advantage of the historic homes opportunities to make more retail establishments, restaurants, retail. And as I mentioned, it is adjacent to the Federal Courthouse and the Training Center. We are making great use already of the plaza in that area. We'll be using it for this weekend. And then we are working on what type of development that would be appropriate in the courthouse that we could be soliciting. And we are already having discussions with a potential tenant for the training center. The Federal Courthouse office building, we are working with a GSA on a potential arrangement to hopefully acquire that property. And then as you can see over here, this is the UTSA property, which houses the Institute of Texan Cultures within the Texas Pavilion. And so you can see this is the property that is owned by UTSA where you have the ITC located. We have been working over the past couple months on relocating the ITC to a property behind the Alamo. So here's the Alamo, and this is the property we're looking at. We have executed an MOU with the property owners of that property, and it's the property where the Crockett Hotel sits, and the property that we have under contract is the surface parking lot surrounding the Crockett Hotel. And to go in a little bit more, this is actually the property. The surface parking lot is right here. This is the Crockett Hotel. This is the collections building. And then this would be the location of the education center. The city of San Antonio has been working closely with the GLO and the Alamo Trust since 2012. I've been on the project, and we have attempted to acquire this property before, but we weren't able to do that because we didn't have the Alamo project funded. With the recent funding that came through the Texas legislature, we were able to move forward and execute an agreement that allowed us to get control of this property. And what we're looking at is the city would like to build a shared use parking garage in partnership with the GLO and the Alamo Trust that would serve both the Alamo visitors as well as the hotel guests, as well as the visitors to the ITC. And that is why the city's involved, because we want to make sure that we secure this site so we can use it for our Alamo project. And then, of course, UTSA would like to use it as the relocation of a new Institute of Texas and Cultures on that site. And so here to talk more about UTSA's plans, I'd like to have Karina Green come up and share with you briefly the plans and how we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for having us here today. I am honored to give you an update on what we've been doing at UTSA. As Lori said, we are looking at concluding our evaluation period. And so I want to give you just a high-level background of the university. For those of you that may not know, UTSA is 55 years old now, and we have 5 main campuses. So our main campus out on 1604 has nearly 6 million square feet of building. Some of them are 50 years old now. And so we are looking at how we maintain, and we work with you all whenever we do any type of upgrades or modifications to those buildings as well. Our Park West campus, which is where some of our athletic facilities are. And then downtown, we have really been strategically growing into the urban core since Taylor Amy joined us about 6-7 years ago now. He made an effort to move us into the urban core. We had our downtown campus that's been there since the 90s. But we have doubled our land holdings in the past 5 years downtown. We opened a school of data science earlier this year, and we're breaking ground. We just had our groundbreaking for our next academic building downtown close to City Hall. Last year, we were able to acquire the Southwest campus, again, another project that is historic, and we've been working with you all on how we modify and upgrade and maintain those facilities. And then, of course, we have our Hemisphere campus that we're here to talk about today. This is the location of the ITC, the Institute of Texas and Culture. It is in the Texas Pavilion building, which was built in 1968 as part of the World's Fair. The Institute itself and the property was gifted to the university in 1973, and we've been stewards of the property and of the museum itself since then. We maintain all of the exhibits there, and it's really there to honor all of the experiences from people around the globe that call Texas their home. In 2021, when Taylor Amy joined, we wanted to start looking at this property and really thinking about how we could maintain it better, what we can do to be better stewards of the museum and all of the exhibits. We are a Smithsonian institution, but the facility itself is not accredited. It is in pretty bad disrepair. We only get $1 million from state legislation, and so we do supplement it with institutional funds to keep it maintained and operational, but it is in a great bit of disrepair at this point. So we started a community engagement process, trying to be very thoughtful about how we wanted to be good stewards of the Institute. And then after we determine the best steps for the Institute, then we will shift our focus to the Texas Pavilion. And so we began a conversation. We had 3 task forces of community members and experts that we put together to really study what would make a state-of-the-art future museum for the ITC, and then we had a steering committee, and the steering committee took all of the reports. So we had community conversations, task force members met throughout the greater part of a year, and then the steering committee, which Lori was part of, put forth recommendations, and they had 3 scenarios that they wanted the university to explore further. One was to relocate the ITC outside of the Hemisphere District. One was to relocate it, but to remain in the Hemisphere District, and then the third option was to remain in the Texas Pavilion. And so what we did was, after that report was issued, my team, I do oversee the real estate and property management team, my team took over and we started digging into that steering committee report, and we hired a number of consultants to come in and help us evaluate not only the Texas Pavilion property to answer a few questions about what we can and can't do there, but also to look at the other 2 scenarios. So we were able, over the past year, again, to really strategically and thoughtfully think and make sure that we were being thorough in our evaluation. We hired a number of world-class experts to come in, and you can see some of the top ones on that left bar there. Really, we're looking at the Texas Pavilion itself. We studied the history of it. We studied what federal designations may give us, what benefits that may give us. And then we started looking at the other properties and assessing the financial ramifications of these three scenarios. And as we started looking at the option to move the property off-site, we brought in a cultural expert who visited 5 or 6 different sites, both in Hemisphere and out of Hemisphere, to look at foot traffic and really think about how can we drive more people to the ITC to get the vision and everything that we're doing there out to more people. And as Lori said, this became the most favorable site for us to evaluate. And so we are looking at moving into a due diligence period, a 6-month due diligence period. Later today, we will be issuing our final evaluation report, and it will have all of the reports of those experts, plus a summary report and the financial side-by-sides. We are going to continue to evaluate all of our options, but this is the preferred location. And so as we look through that, as Lori said, we'll be looking to make sure that it is a viable site for the future institute, and working in collaboration with the city, try to come to terms with the owners so that we can potentially move forward with a relocation of the ITC here. These were some schematics that we worked on very early, just to show whether or not the museum, we worked for about 3 or 4 months with our staff and our experts at programming what the new museum would be. We think it needs to be about 80,000 square feet. And so we wanted to make sure that it would fit here before we went down the road with the city on the MOU. And we had our architect do just a quick rendering. This is very early. I know when you see renderings that look photorealistic, you think we put a lot of time into it, but this was actually done in about 2 or 3 days, but really saying, hey, we could make something fit here, something that gives a nod back to the historic nature of the Texas Pavilion, but also has a modern feel to it. And this, again, is looking back towards the Crockett Hotel and then on to the Alamo in the distance. So our next steps, like I said, we have the MOU signed. We will be doing the site analysis. The city will be studying for parking and office. We will be studying it for site feasibility for the ITC. And we are also going to be, during the 6-month due diligence process, looking at exploring ways that we can monetize the Texas Pavilion site. We are going to need to use that site to help maintain and build a new museum, and so we do know that the value of the land and where the Texas Pavilion is considerably more valuable without the improvements. So we will be studying whether or not we can monetize it with the improvements there or without. But we are coming to you today simply to tell you that we are studying the site near the Alamo, in the Alamo District. That does fall under your purview, and so we will be coming back before you because that would require action from this board if we were to move forward with the location in that place. Any questions?
Yes, members and commissioners, do we have any questions? First off, before we do that, I want to thank you for your very impressive presentation on the project's plan for San Antonio. That's from my perspective, it's amazing. But do we have questions?
Yes, I have a quick comment, please. Very impressive. I'm very excited about the future of San Antonio and how beautiful this is going to look and get people very excited about history. So I applaud you all on this incredible presentation and incredible future plans. I had a quick question, not even a question, it's more of a comment, something y'all may want to keep aware in your plannings for the ITC. If I'm not mistaken, a few meetings, maybe a few years ago, these lands that you're looking at, this possible parking space that, or open lands by the Alamo, I want to say it was considered or under question that it might be possible burial grounds. And so that might be something that you all might want to, or you're going to have to go through more permits and regulations and all that, but I want to make sure you all are aware of that.
We absolutely are aware of that, and that'll be considered over the next 6 months. We'll do some more work. But yes,
okay.
There are a lot of issues that we need to explore a little bit further, that being one of them.
Because I know that in particular was one specific area that was outlined.
Yes.
And also, what will you do with the old ITC building?
Oh,
they don't know yet. I'm sorry, I
Let
missed
me jump
that.
in here. I'm going to jump in. As many of you know, I'm a businessman in San Antonio. The government, Lori, and people, we have been dealing, I personally, representing the THC more than a businessman, have been working on this whole project. To do simply the Alamo doesn't do the full job. I will say that we started working with UTSA at Casa Navarro, and it became clear to me that as an institution, UTSA was going to listen, because they really helped us and still are helping us out at Casa Navarro. When they came and said, "What do you think about the ITC?" I don't think much of it, but that's a personal opinion. If you go in there, it's an asthma attack waiting to happen. And it doesn't do the subject of Texas culture the job that it ought to do. Secondly, it has now, its footprint is away from the traffic pattern. And if you're going to have a structure talking in a museum context, talking about culture with those artifacts, it needs to be in a location where foot traffic as well as vehicular traffic have easy access. And if you've been there, you know it's difficult for both, impossible for the feet. I was really captivated by the idea of what can we do to move the message of the museum. It isn't going to be the building, but the contents and the message needed to be in a better facility, closer to the core foot traffic, which was going to, in the next few years, because of the Alamo work, we all know where it's going to be. It's going to be right down around the Alamo. So Lori and the city government presented all this to me. The building is what, the last, no, there's two structures that are left from the '68 World's Fair. There is a group, the Conservation Society, that has managed and basically, I would say, managed the structure, and we've talked to them. Obviously, they were focused on both the collection as well as the building. The building is going to be a challenge in its totality. It could become a part of something new, but it isn't going to be moved completely. I wanted to pick up on that question of what about the building? I'm going to be talking to the Conservation Society here in the very near future to try to work out a relationship where the contents of the museum and the messaging of the museum get put in a place closer to the core foot traffic, which is going to be the Alamo, and then figure out whether or not elements of the building could be incorporated. That is going to be something we're going to know in the future. So I believe that all of that work is going to be coming to us in probably the next 6 to 12 months. Am I correct? And please thank your president. Again, we would not have gotten too far on Casa Navarro without him, so thank you. Okay, I wanted to give that background before any other questions, so Mark,
Thank you, John.
Yes.
Yeah, Mark?
I do have a question. I know this is very preliminary, but I'm curious about the other buildings that make up the Institute of Texan Cultures. It's not just the museum building. There are some historic buildings that were moved in and others that were reconstructed? What happens with all of that?
Yeah, so at this time, and thank you, Commissioner Now, for all of that background and your assistance, and we've really enjoyed working with you and your staff on the Casa Navarro. We, at this time, haven't focused much on what will happen to the building and those smaller historic structures. We do have the history of all of that in our Architects' report that will be uploaded later today on our website. And so right now, we will be evaluating that during the due diligence period. We, of course, will make sure that, you know, we work with this group as we work through what happens to those smaller historic homes. A lot of them are not in their original location. They were moved there. And so actually later next week, we are accepting a gift. We've been working with Commissioner Now and his staff on accepting the O'Henry House, which is moving later, I think on Monday of next week. So, so we appreciate all of your help on that one too. And to answer your question, we will be studying what happens to that building during this period. The reports that will be uploaded later today, I encourage you to go look at them and read them. The summary report will show some financials and a holistic picture of what it would take to maintain the pavilion itself versus a new property and a new museum. And we have indicated that, again, the property value is about 138% more valuable without the improvements there. And so we aren't making a determination at this time, but we do know that as a state entity, we have to be good stewards of not only the museum and the exhibits, but also our state funding. And so we will be trying to monetize that at its highest and best value to be able to put towards the new museum.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to open up some kind of Pandora's box. I just was curiosity, but they do say curiosity killed the cat, so.
And Lori's about to send you a basket full of kittens.
So, yes. But I actually was really much more concerned also about, were you all aware that this will open up other questions about burial grounds, et cetera? And you are, and I look forward to the future, wonderful ideas, and I look forward to a better San Antonio.
Thank you.
So.
We have another comment here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you. It was very interesting, and we recognize it's preliminary, but it does sound like you all are studying things very thoroughly and methodically, and you're trying to find the synergy among all the conflicting interests that you're trying to balance. Did I dream this, or is the archival collection at the Institute of Texan Cultures already closed to public research and review?
I believe it's still open. The museum itself is open, and we still have all of our archives available for research. Again, some of those archives we're needing to find a new home for them, and so we're still working on how we would distribute some of those archives and whether or not we would build a new facility for those. We don't think at this time that we would co-locate them with the new museum, but I believe everything's still open and operational.
Well, just a plug for, that's an important research facility, and we applaud all your efforts to make that a useful and accessible facility in the future.
Thank you. And just as a matter to talk about that, we just brought on a new executive director for the Institute of Texan Cultures, and she's fantastic. She's about a month in, and she is already setting forth a lot of vision for how we can expand upon that research, our archives, and the museum itself.
Could you get that footprint of the Crockett Hotel and the parking lot? Can you get that back up? I want everybody to understand the possibility here.
This one?
It's almost the first one.
There.
Yes.
Okay, Lori, why don't you take that over? This is critically important to the idea of getting more people to see the Texas Museum.
So I'm going to orient everyone here. So this is the church, the Long Barrack. This is the location of the new visitor center and museum. This is the Crockett Hotel, and this is the surface parking lot where they park their guests. What the city has done as a city and UTSA in 1859 hotels, the owner of the Crockett Hotel and the Menger Hotel, we've executed an MOU that allows us to take the next 6 months for due diligence and look at how there could be more shared uses between the Alamo and ITC. Preliminarily, we would like to put a parking garage right here, given the Alamo's location right here, be divided by Bonham, and then put the ITC facility right here. That would, the frontage of ITC on Crockett is important, because we'd have bus parking on the side, but you'd be able to have children walk from the ITC directly to the education center at the Alamo. And so you could have children come on field trips and visit both locations. We've had some preliminary discussions with the GLO and the Alamo Trust. I know Kate is excited about potential joint programming with the Institute and the Alamo. So there's a lot of ways to broaden the story of this site, and it seems like a very compatible use and great partnership between the two.
I had a question up here, just to the right of the box, that.
Yes.
Explain that.
That is a parking lot that is owned by Ashkenazi Corporation. That is the group that owns River Center Hotel and River Center Mall. So that's the mall right here. And so it's a surface lot, and it's a paid parking lot right now.
And it's not, having jogged by it often, it's not used much. Probability of the use goes way up with the finished Alamo and the ITC that we were just talking about. But I'll give Lori specifically the credit for sticking with this whole Crockett idea and the parking lot, because without it, none of this even conceptually could happen. Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
Norm.
AAB, get to weigh in on
Yes,
this a little bit?
absolutely, Norman.
Okay. This is going to be a very interesting conversation because as a longtime practicing preservationist, I'm always on the other side of the table when I get when we have the conversation that this place is worth more with the historic building removed. I have to admit that when it comes up here, it surprises me some. I would love to have, I don't know what the process is, I don't think this is the venue for it, but you know, things like that comment are the reason we have programs like our historic tax credits. We take major steps to keep that from happening, and yet sounds like we have another one coming to us here. So I'm concerned about that personally. This is the Historical Commission, and I would assume that that's our top priority is preservation, and the other things have to be worked in. And I know there's a lot of desire and a lot of need for the things we're talking about. But I rarely, if ever, find that it has to be an either-or condition to accomplish what we want to accomplish, and also have to remove historic fabric to do so. So
Norman,
that's my comment.
Well, let me respond to that, because that point of view, I think, is correct in 90+% of the cases. When you're dealing with this, it's not just the building, it's the content and the messaging. If we're going to try to talk about Texas culture, not today, but over its history, you want to try to get that in front of as many people from not only Texas, but all over the country and the world that are going to come to the Alamo. They are not walking out to where that is today. I'm concerned with the contents, working with UTSA and getting a better footprint for the traveling public. The city has kept that focus, and my compliments, because it hadn't been an easy planning session. Getting the Crockett Hotel, which I believe is not going to have any exterior changes to it. It's going to be interior. The building that has the contents of the ITC is still to be discussed. UTSA needs the space, so we got to figure this out. But this organization has both the building, which is, you're correct, and we have to deal with the Texas culture, and that's history. It's tough to say which one of your twins is your favorite, but this is,
If I might, I can, I can comment just briefly on your comments and questions. So we did hire Architects to come in and help us do a report looking at just that. As a state entity, we cannot directly benefit from the historic tax credits. That said, there are ways and methods in which we can be creative and go through private partnership. And that is part of what we will be doing during the due diligence, is exploring that a little bit further to really look at, we have an appraisal of the property that was a simple appraisal. And we will be looking at the university itself. We are not going to do a mixed-use redevelopment or adaptive reuse project on our own. That's not our core capacity. That's not why we exist. We're an educational and research facility. And so we would have to partner with a private developer. And so we will be, and we have been through the evaluation period, but we will be studying whether or not we can achieve the same monetary value by doing an adaptive reuse with, you need the willing private partner to come in and take that risk with you. And so we will be exploring that a little bit further, but it's something that we're not just deciding today and taking lightly. We are continuing and have studied those tax credits and how we could potentially benefit from it.
so there's going to be much more coming up in the future. When Lori asked about bringing this forward, I thought the more information, the sooner, and put the Alamo project in a broader context of tourism, education, economic development, and the UTSA's educational footprint. So I hope it wasn't premature, and I hope it was a good use of everyone's time. Ladies, that's
I
it?
have one question. The building where it's currently housed now, was it built specifically for Hemisphere?
It was built for the World's Fair, yes.
Okay, so it's not.
It was an, I believe, an,
1800s.
no, it was an exhibit hall that was built during the World's Fair.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so-
It is.
We have a few
So-
young people here that don't know that was 1968.
Yeah, so it was built in 1968, and honestly, since we've been stewards of it, as I said, we do get $1 million annually for operation and maintenance of it. Our operational costs are over $3 million annually, and so we have to supplement quite a bit. And as such, we're barely keeping up with deferred maintenance, and because we don't have funding to put towards that. So the building is in pretty bad disrepair right now. It has about just to get it up to accreditation standards, not to modernize it and make it something that could be, new and exciting, just deferred maintenance to get it accredited, about $68 to $70 million worth of deferred maintenance. And so the building cannot be accredited as a modern museum, which means that we cannot get traveling exhibits from the Smithsonian, and it does actually put our own archives and exhibits at risk with some of the humidity and things like that in the building.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's awful. Anything else? I'm serious. I'm not a big mask fan, but you go in there, you better have one on. Any other questions? Thank you, and thanks, everyone.
Thank you
Look
so much.
forward to
Appreciate the time.
the future. The chair is going to declare a 15-minute break, okay?
It's not the same.
Because they think it's like the greatest thing to have little notebooks to scribble, and I'm like, okay, sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene, and we have a quorum. I know a few of the members may be coming back in. During the break, Jim informed me that I kind of walked over his committee report, so we're going back to the joint AAB meeting. Jim, Bruce Seth, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it was worth hearing the really great presentation about the future development plans for San Antonio, so we appreciate that interruption to our normal agenda item. So we're back to 3.1, presentation and discussion of the Alamo Gardens Church and Long Barrack Phase 1 in the Lower Paseo, San Antonio, Bexar County. And Kate, I think you're going to be starting this off.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, Chairman Now, Commissioners, Board Members, and Mark. And Mark, we did not bring a gift today, but we are flying a flag in your honor right now over the Alamo, and we will present it to you before you take official leave from us. So I, too, like my colleagues, want to thank you for your tremendous service, your partnership, the incredible work your staff has done with us over the past couple of years since I've been at the Alamo. We're very grateful to you and your leadership, so thank you. So we have a couple of updates today. We don't have big requests coming before the commission this go-round, but as we've committed in the past, we always want to bring you a preview of what's coming next. We are moving quickly at the Alamo. There's lots of construction going on right now, thanks to all of you and your ongoing partnership and support, which we appreciate very much. So we've got two presentations or updates for you today. The first will be from Lisa Easton and Mark Navarro from Easton and Fisher Heck. These are the preservation architectural teams that are working on the long-term plan for the restoration of the church and the Long Barrack. So as you all know, those are the two most important artifacts in the Alamo collection. They're items number 1 and 2 in the Alamo collection, and both are in need of some pretty serious preservation interventions. And so they're going to talk about where they are in that process of bringing forward a long-term plan to you all. The second presentation will be from Dylan Deers of OJB, who's our landscape architect on the project, and we'll be talking specifically about the gardens that are going to surround the new Texas Cavaliers Education Center, which you all approved at the last meeting, and the Lower Paseo. So that's the connection point between the historic Alamo Plaza and the Riverwalk. So you'll be seeing kind of how we're intending to treat both of those aspects of the Alamo Historic District today. So thank you all. With that, I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Good morning. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone. So as Kate mentioned, I'm Lisa Easton of Easton Architects, and
Is that mic on?
Can you hear it?
There you
go.
go.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm Lisa Easton, and I'm here with Mark Navarro, and I'm from Easton Architects. And so we're a preservation architectural firm specializing in conservation and forensic restoration. So I first want to say it's an honor and a privilege to have been able to touch these artifacts. It's sort of a dream. But also I'm honored to be here before you working on this incredible collection of artifacts that are so important to Texas history and are the shrine to Texas liberty. So Mark and I are here just to give you an update on where we've come and where we want to go and let you know what we're up to. And so there's 3 items we'd like to just touch on today, and Mark is going to start off with the emergency drainage project at the Long Barrack, which you're all aware of and we're in permit for, and Tiffany is here with us in case we have any questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark. This is backwards. There we go. There we go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me? Is that a little bit better? Well,
Gotcha.
Well, as you guys know, earlier this summer, the Alamo received some torrential rains, which we did not have too much of the rest of the summer, but we were glad to have them coming back now. And during those torrential rains, the northern portion of the Long Barrack was flooded. So hours after that flooding, the Alamo leadership reached out to Easton and Fisher Hack to develop a plan to mitigate the standing water as well as improper drainage around the northern portion of the Long Barrack. Soon after that, we developed a feasible plan, brought it to you guys in Marfa at the quarterly meeting. A few days later, received permits for the archaeological as well as architectural portions of the project. And I'm very pleased to tell you today that we were actually able to start archaeology a few weeks ago. As mentioned, Tiffany Lindley is here, the lead archaeologist for the Alamo. And they've started a few units on the northern portion of the site along the WPA wall on Houston Street. They're working very efficiently and steadily, and we're excited about that progress. Here you can see a few images. The upper right are a couple of units that they've started to work on last week. So they've continued new units and continued work on these units since then. Of course, the rains have slowed us down just a little bit this week, but we'll be back up and running next week. You can also see Tiffany in the other picture sifting through materials with observation from Alamo Preservation Committee member Jeff Fetzer. And the final thing I'd like to mention to you guys is we have our construction fence, which is a palisade-style interpretation. But most importantly, its foundation system is above grade, and we're using these 1x1 cubic blocks of concrete to minimize any further disturbance below grade. And that's been received very well as the design of the actual palisade, and we intend to use that for other solutions as we move forward on other construction around the Alamo. Do you have any questions regarding the Long Barrack project? Excellent. Well, then I will pass it on over to Lisa, and she will talk about the conservation efforts.
Thank you, Mark. So as Kate mentioned, we are preparing what we're calling our Restoration and Conservation Treatment Program for the Alamo Church and Long Barrack. And this is a multi-phase project for us, so we've just concluded phase 1 about a month ago. And what that phase 1 consisted of was really sifting through the amazing amount of information in terms of reports, research, analysis, assessment, and documentation that's been done really over the past 50 years. So in acknowledgement to our predecessors, we have this dearth of knowledge that is at our fingertips. And so we have also sifted through to figure out the best approach moving forward. There have been iterations of recommendations, but there's never been a holistic plan in place for these two artifacts. So what we've been doing is twofold. We're on a simultaneous path for two directions. We're doing a conservation treatment program and a restoration treatment program. And in the conservation treatment aspects, these images are showing what we've been up to date. So we're working for about 4 months on the artifacts themselves, where we're identifying all of the conditions that we're experiencing, but we're also looking at analytical data to understand why they're happening, why these conditions are occurring, what the actual problems that the Alamo and the Long Barrack in a lesser degree are facing. So we completed a 32-day survey of just the west facade. So there's two aspects to the conservation. It's conservation in the round of both artifacts, but it's conservation sort of to the degree of a true precious artifact. By that I mean every flake is being identified. So the images, they're very small, I apologize, but on the left and on the right, the lower portion, are diagrams or elevations where we're marking in our shorthand the code of 32 different conditions that are prevalent at the Alamo West facade. And by prevalent, they're repeated, but it's also the density of those conditions and the overlap. So when we develop our treatment recommendations, they need to be very specific to counteract the conditions we're seeing. So we were working with Pam Rosser, the Alamo's conservator, hand in hand, and we're, as I said, on the building for, I believe it was 32 straight days in the summer. And identifying the conditions, just some of these are showing the prevalent conditions, and these are prevalent conditions inherent to stone masonry, limestone in particular, and to conditions we're facing in this portion of Texas. So how we counteract these, our attempt is to mitigate. We're not going to reverse time, but we can mitigate and prevent future deterioration from happening. So that's really our goal. And so after this first phase, we're moving into what we're calling phase 2, which is our concept and pre-schematic design phase. And this is the point where we want to engage in robust dialogue with everyone here, as well as the GLO and the ATI, to figure out the best path forward. The next aspect is really discussion of the significance, the integrity, and the authenticity of these two artifacts. They have experienced an amazing history. And together with Patrick Gallagher's team, we're figuring out what the best architectural representation of the interpretation of integrity is. So there have been many different iterations over time. The building existed for 180 years without a roof. The Long Barrack existed for about 60 years without a roof. The roofs that have come and gone are different and definitely specific to periods of interpretation and significance. So that's part of our challenge in this next phase, is to identify the architectural impacts of integrity and significance. The biggest, I think, questions that we have really relate to the north elevation of the north facade and aspects of the church, because this is where we really see most of the modification over time. The commercialization period, I'll call it, after the Army occupation, after the Army left and it turned into private ownership, we see the removal of the north wall. We see the sacristy truncated in its current form, where about a third of its groin vault exists. So we have a situation where we're stabilizing an unstable condition in perpetuity right now. Do we engage the full scope of the original sacristy? Do we leave it in its current form? These are all theoretical questions we have to answer together. Likewise, when the north was altered, the monks' burial ground was altered. The south convent wall is very different from what it was intended to be when it was originally built. So all of these aspects are affecting the church artifact. Likewise, we have a lot to consider with the Long Barrack. As you probably all know, it's really seen quite a bit of modification and removal, destruction over time. So there's been many campaigns of iteration and architectural impact. So really for us, we've come to a point where we're evaluating the impacts of the site of evolution. And by that I mean even the encroachment of the urban center of San Antonio on this historic core, but also the evolution of interventions from past stewardship of the building. So that's where we're at, and we're moving full speed ahead into phases 2, which will be the conservation treatment program, and phase 3, which will be the restoration and preservation program.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Are there questions or comments? Yes, Lori?
Oh, I just wondered, it would be helpful and of great interest, I'm sure, if you all are able to share the presentation with us.
Certainly.
I can't fully absorb. There's a great density of information on
Certainly.
there that I can't absorb. So
Certainly.
we appreciate
Happy
that.
to.
But thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful presentation and consideration of all the issues.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you again, Lisa and Mark, for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Thank you, commissioners. I will share with you, if we can jump to the next presentation.
Please use the mic. Some of us have hard hearing.
Can we jump to the next presentation, please? While the presentation for the Lower Paseo and the gardens work is being pulled up, we've been hard at work with development of design and exploration of these key pieces of the project. And with those, they are part of a much larger project that you are well aware of, associated to the Alamo District and the Alamo Plan, which redefines the current conditions as a destination for visitors and history lovers in the community at large. Patrick and Kate have shared with you in the past the thematic context of a lot of the project of the Alamo Plan. I'm going to focus on the cultivate portion, which is the Alamo Gardens. The Alamo Gardens is defined in context of scope south and to the east of the church, and to the north of the Education Center, to the west of the Collection Center, and bordered by the Event Center as well. So that's the limit of boundary to the gardens that we're exploring and presenting with you today. The importance of this scope has many overlays with Patrick and the goal of the Alamo District Plan, the importance of the cultural story, education, the protection of our natural resources, which is also overlays to the importance of hydrology and how we move water away from these historic structures, that Lisa just shared with you. That's a critical piece and overlay to our project. And also importantly, the craft of comfort, providing seasonal and use year-round and the proper shading that we have within the gardens. Some of the key site assets, we're not starting with blank slate. We have critical, historic, and heritage tree collection, which needs, again, love and protection, much like in similar ways Lisa's work on the structures. We have pruning and also work to be done within our soil to really give these trees expanded generation and life for all to use. These are mapped in our key protection plans. Yesterday, we met on site with various contractors about our protection fencing and methods for their preservation during construction process. When it comes to our future work in terms of our underlayment and the understory of the gardens, we're drawing inspirations by the Edwards Plateau and the Blackland Prairie, of which this site historically sat amongst. And we'll utilize this as educational opportunities to communicate the biozone and the biodiversity within this beautiful region of Texas. The experience within this portion of the gardens is multifaceted. We have many different competing forces, some which are the arrival of school buses and the ability to move groups of children efficiently through the site and part of different educational programs as well. You can see that enhanced connection on Bonham Street, which relates to the education center that was shared previously by Tim and Martha. The western portion of the gardens really has a strong overlay of the education. I'll share with you some visualizations that share what that children learning stair and the opportunity for education will be. To the north, we really pick up the opportunity for key central mobility for the visitor, but also important overlay of living history and educational opportunities. This diagram identifies the key moments within the garden itself in terms of garden rooms, courts, and programs that overlay to the overall diagram. As we move to this image, you can see the relationship of the learning stairs with the education center behind it. This is a key opportunity for classrooms to come outdoors amongst the shade of our heritage oaks and enjoy the garden at large. Another image with the church as a backdrop, showing the rare opportunity for our youth and our children to enjoy outdoor education opportunities. A key feature to the outdoor education program represents the overall water story of the Alamo and San Antonio as a whole. You'll see some themes that tie into the education and interpretive opportunities with the Lower Paseos here as well. So this acequia is a hands-on interpretive piece that will have floodgates that actually take water and show our children the means and methods of urban agriculture back a few hundred years ago and how the missions developed as well. And so as you move through, there's opportunities to experience this acequia, and it's a key feature to the arrival of the education center as well. Another image that starts to show the key program moments, including additional education opportunities associated to outdoor cooking with the Adobe oven. As we moved further to the east, we see the Texas Education Center here as one of the primary entries and arrival. This is our student court, which will allow for groups of children to enjoy and linger as the education opportunities process. And so we have a key foundational kind of fundamental space that allows for our children to be underneath the shade and enjoy the garden overlook as well. Additional key component to the garden is the Crockett Fountain, which provides a beautiful respite on the southern portion of the garden with key views beyond to the Alamo Church. You can see that here in this image. And as we move to the north portion, here's the key central piece of the terrace, which is an element in which living history and educational opportunities will surround the edges and allow for observation, again, of key view sheds to the Alamo Church at large. You can see that represented with the image here. The cactus garden gets reimagined and provides a perimeter edge as well, providing an image and an experience to the back or the east facade of the church. Really a key component, as I mentioned, is the hydrology. Similar to historical representation, we'll be diverting much of the gardens to a swale that represents to the western portion of the existing collections building. So as we reimagine and pull this water, this gets collected and reused in a cistern tank for irrigation and water use on site. As we move further to the north, we move to living history encampments, which is a significant terrace and overlook moment, which starts to provide sizable spaces for living history to now engage with the visitors annually throughout the Alamo experience. The historic acequia gets marked through an interpretation and allows a new path of travel where the visitor can walk the original path of the acequia. And this is a wonderful opportunity that we'll overlay with Patrick and his team in terms of the broader water story and the interpretive elements of the site. I'm going to jump down now across the plaza to, as Kate mentioned, the Paseo, which is that key link that connects the plaza to the Riverwalk through the Hyatt lobby as well. Currently, as many of you have walked this space, it is not accessible to all, and it really is a barrier to that experience from the Riverwalk connection up to the plaza. So some of the key design considerations that we as a team have been looking at is this notion of river, city, and mission in terms of celebrating the role of water, the river, springs of the Texas region, the relationship and success of the mission to the overall city of San Antonio. We'll honor the cultural resources through interpretation and programming that broadens, again, the storytelling and the connection to the Riverwalk. We'll protect natural resources, which again ties back to strategies of water quality collection and overall reuse. Inclusivity and community is a key piece to this particular overlay. It won't just be a space for moving people from point A to point B, but a point of linger, respite, and dwell. And this provides an opportunity for those who are less able-bodied now to experience the Lower Paseo and process from the Riverwalk up to the plaza as a whole as well. The scope of work, again, Hyatt lobby to the left, Lozoya Street, which bridges over, because again, we're going down through that grade change. You have the connection from Lozoya Street at grade to the plaza that runs south to the Hyatt Garage, connects to the Upper Paseo and the Visitor Center Museum, and ultimately the Alamo Plaza. Here you can see key consideration to how we have reimagined the circulation and the pedestrian flow. It's important to note that we have multiple buildings that rely on this space for egress and code-compliant movement from a life safety standpoint. That includes the Hyatt lobby and our existing retail tenant to the south. So moving people through this space is very critical part of the experience as well. Here, you can start to descend the grand stairs. You can see the ability for, again, lingering and respite amongst our shade trees. There's a notion of a cafe off to the left of a future tenant improvement that will activate the space. And as you move down into it, you can see the grand stairs and the ability for terrace seating to then connect to what would be a stratigraphy wall and a spring well that takes wonderful note to our hill country and to how water starts to expose our beautiful limestones and types of limestones inherent to our region. The spring wall feature will have many different flows to our water, so it will be a very tranquil experience and a wonderful respite within the Alamo visitor experience. Here you can start to see the relationship of the channel, which starts as an upper runnel and then comes down to a larger body that runs the length of the Lower Paseo, greeting towards the Hyatt. We soften the edge of our vertical existing stone walls, and again, try and provide a representation of our natural ecologies within the region when untouched. This particular feature will be a living water feature, meaning that it will be collected through rainwater and reused, and also feature some of our native indigenous plants within the water body at large. It spills over into what we call a sound chamber. Above that sound chamber is another significant interpretive opportunity that, again, that collaboration between Patrick Gallagher and his team as we tell the broader stories of the site and of the region. And when we look at that, you can start to see it's about a 30-inch band, and some of the thematic themes that the team is looking at right now, picking up on that stratigraphy, is the notion of geology, mission life, pre-mission life, San Antonio growth, and again, the celebration of the city at large. And final view that starts to show that relationship to the Hyatt lobby, and then ultimately an improved connection up to the Lozoya Street as well, which gathers and moves the pedestrian. And as we kind of conclude on this portion for today, this is one of the enhanced arrival experience. If you're from Lozoya Street or the Hyatt on the Upper Paseo, you can see the improved sight lines that now connect you to the facade of the Alamo Church, and some of the enhanced program, including the vertical circulation that will now make this Lower Paseo accessible from the Riverwalk up to the Alamo Plaza. And so that was a quick pass through. If any questions or comments?
Yeah, Jim, one
Yes.
question. Would you go back one?
Yes.
Okay, that elevator, is that going to be manned?
Is it going to be manned on operations? Yeah.
It will be?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that there's a good security issue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim, it's yours.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you for that great presentation. We appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Lovely.
Kate, does that conclude the presentations? It does? Okay, thank you very much for all of that. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 3.2 on the commission full commission agenda, and this is the discussion and possible action regarding an archaeology permit for the archaeological investigations associated with Phase 5 of the Alamo Plan, San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas. And Brad Jones, Director of the Archaeology Division, will lead us through this.
All right. Yes, here we go. Is this right? Yes, that's right. Okay. Actually, the previous presentation was an excellent introduction to this. We are bringing forward an archaeological permit for the basically archaeological monitoring of the work that will be necessary to transform the Lower Paseo into their plan. It involves a number of tree removals, utility line relocations. You guys saw the elevator in the picture. It involves the excavation of the elevator space. This is all City of San Antonio property, but it is an ATI Alamo Trust project. So Dr. Tiffany Lindley, their staff archaeologist, will be the one applying for the permit. As we said, this isn't an area that we think has particularly high archaeological probability, given its much lower position in the landscape from the historic surface. However, there's always the chance that there are preserved remnants of any of the historic archaeological deposits in the area. So the monitoring is appropriate to ensure that nothing is damaged or disturbed. I think beyond that, I see.
Brad, what's the staff position on the permit?
We fully support this permit.
Fully supported, okay.
Yeah, no, this is a very appropriate and
okay,
easy
great.
permit.
Thank you for that. AAB members, we have two motions before us. One is to issue the permit. The other one is to deny it. Would a member like to read and move forward one of the motions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to move forward motion one. I move that the AAB recommend to the commission approving the issuance of an archaeology permit for monitoring associated with Phase 5 of the Alamo Plan on the west side of Lower Paseo.
Thank you, Norm. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now it's time for the full commission to vote on this. And so, commissioners, I'm going to carry forward the recommendation of the Antiquities Advisory Board, and I move that the commission approve the issuance of an archaeology permit for monitoring associated with Phase 5 of the Alamo Plan on the west side of the Lower Paseo. You have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to agenda item for the full commission, 3.3, discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to the Historic Buildings and Structures Permit number 1206 related to hazardous materials abatement at the Woolworth Building, San Antonio, Bexar County. And Elizabeth Brummett from the Director of the Division of Architecture is going to give us background on this.
All right, good morning, Commissioners and Antiquities Advisory Board members. This is a proposed amendment to permit number 1206, which the Commission authorized issuance of at the January 2023 meeting. This is a permit for finish investigation, and the team is proceeding with that and needs to also have a capacity to deal with hazardous materials as part of their scope. Findings from the initial investigative work have encouraged the professionals to seek an amendment to perform a more comprehensive discovery process and materials conditions assessment to the flooring, walls, and ceiling of the Woolworth Building. The scope includes selective demolition and documentation of different eras of interior finishes, including hazardous materials abatement as those materials are encountered. The hazardous materials present include asbestos, lead paint, universal waste, suspected PCB containing equipment, and mold. They also will continue with an assessment of the historical significance of doors, repair and restoration of wooden windows, and protection and reuse of metal windows. During the discovery process, staff will stay in regular communication with the project professionals regarding the extent to which materials need to be removed as those decisions are made. So that's both a matter of peeling back the layers of different eras of history that are present in the building, as well as decisions regarding whether hazardous materials could be encapsulated in place or need to be removed. So you can see that there are a variety of different finishes present throughout the building, and there's really a need to understand to document the different eras and make some decisions about the period of interpretation. I'll go back to the previous slide. This is all that remains of the historic lunch counter for which this building is significant. We just have a representation of that U-shaped lunch counter in the flooring. There were a series, I believe, of 3 lunch counters. Some are in a back, kind of a storage area. Another extends, the flooring extends into what was the Jimmy John's. And so there's a need to, peel back and see what remains within the Jimmy John space. And then within the rest of the building, there are decisions that need to be made in terms of period of interpretation. Will everything be interpreted to the period of the lunch counter? Are there other significant finishes elsewhere in the building that are worth retaining and displaying? So those decisions will need to be made as more comes to light. So it is worth noting that, again, there are 2 motion options. And the first motion option, there is a delegation of authority to the executive director and staff to make some of these on-the-fly decisions that will need to be made as materials are discovered, and decisions about removal will need to be more prompt than coming back to an AAB and commission meeting.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions or comments for Elizabeth? Yes, Lori.
No, the issue before us, though, is just the permit to further explore these. The issue, this won't translate to a decision made on the fly as things are uncovered about the restoration period for this element or that element.
Certainly a comprehensive permit for the work to the Woolworth Building, I believe, is going to come before you in January. But between now and then, if there need to be, for instance, if they discover hazardous materials and the process of peeling back those layers, we'll need to make decisions at that juncture about whether or not they're removed.
Thank you.
And so those decisions will be made by your staff and the executive director, is that right?
That's what we're proposing, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to make a motion.
Yes, that sounds great.
I move to send forward to the commission and recommend authorizing the executive director to issue an amendment to Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1206 related to selective demolition and hazardous materials abatement at the Woolworth Building, San Antonio, Bexar County, and further authorizing the executive director to make decisions regarding the extent of material removal during execution of work under the permit.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have a second? Second. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. AAB members, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Hearing none, the motion carries. Now, commissioners, I will then take forward the recommendation of the Antiquities Advisory Board, and I move to authorize the executive director to issue an amendment to the Historic Buildings and Structures Permit, Antiquities Permit number 1206 related to selective demolition and hazardous materials abatement at the Woolworth Building, San Antonio, Bexar County, and further authorize the executive director to make decisions regarding the extent of material removal during execution of the work under the permit. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Elizabeth. And at this point, AAB members, we've come to the end of our agenda. I want to thank you for being here, traveling to Fredericksburg. Your input is critical for the commission as we do our work during our commission meetings. So safe travels back, but again, thank you for being here. And with that, the Antiquities Advisory Board is adjourned, and I turn the meeting back over to THC Chairman John Now.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks to your committee. Having concluded its joint meeting with the Antiquities Advisory Board, and in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.0411, the Commission will now continue with its regular business. And we will move to number 4, calling General Michael Hagee, our host. And General, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to apologize, sir, for my, about a half an hour or hour ago, my dramatic entrance. Some might call it clumsy, but I like to call it dramatic. But at least I got my gyros back up to speed, and I'm here to make a presentation. But before I do that, I don't know whether all commissioners are aware of, we have an event here every year. We try to do it around Nimitz's birthday, which is the 24th of February, but because of speakers, that sometimes is a little difficult. But we bring in a national figure to talk about national security. One of our missions here is to connect what happened in both in Europe and in the Pacific during World War II with what's going on today, because some of what's happening today goes all the way back to World War II or World War I. This year we had General Jack Keane come in, and most of you have probably either seen him on television or heard of him. He gave a great presentation. I want to let you know we've had former Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld. We've had the governor in, thanks to the current chairman here. We've had individuals of that stature. Next year, on the 29th of February, General David Petraeus will be here. And so if there is interest, please let me know, because it normally, we don't have a large convention center here in Fredericksburg. It normally sells out. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for those kind remarks a few minutes ago about the working relationship between THC, the Admiral Nimitz Foundation, and the National Museum of the Pacific War. I can think of no better example of that working relationship than what happened here, unfortunately, around Memorial Day of this year. We were expecting a big weekend. We did have a big weekend until we lost a roof on the Bush Gallery with a significant hailstorm, followed by beautiful day the next day, but not the following day, a lot of rain. And sort of like the Long Barracks, we had to close down the museum because unless you had waders on, you were not getting in. And for a couple of days, it was really 24/7, sweeping out and pumping out water. I cannot thank Mark and his team enough, Mark and Joseph and Laura DiMondidi from Collections. They were here. They were overseeing it. And when I talk with John, and I talk with Mark, and I talk with Joseph, it's whatever you need. We had water coming through the third floor where we have our 2D collection. And that's about 2,800 feet. That's about 9 football fields, to put it in perspective, of paper lined up. That's all up there. On the second floor, we have our 3D artifacts. On the first floor is where the gallery is, and the water came down there. The team did a great job of taking artifacts out of the cases before the water hit them, got them back up. We had plastic over everything. As I said, as you know, Laura was here. Mike Lagwins was here from Collections helping, some long hours in there. We had 3% of the collection exposed. About 1% of it was affected, mostly with mold. We have big freezers on the third floor, and it's all taken care of. We got it in there, and it is completely taken care of. We're still in the process of putting back up some sheetrock and things like that, but without the support of THD and the staff led by Mark, it could have been a real disaster. We did not lose anything, and we are reopened. I had an opportunity at dinner the other night to talk a little bit about our goals and missions here, so I'm not going to repeat that, but I have been asked to talk a little bit about the Bush Gallery. I know that David Shields, our museum director, gave a presentation to the Historic Sites Committee, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that. I may remind you, we want to become the preeminent source in the United States, if not the world, on what occurred in the Pacific during World War II. We have the stories, we have the archives here to do that. And we're doing 3 things to ensure that we achieve that goal. Number one, we want to maintain the world-class museum that we have right here. I'll come back to the Bush Gallery. Number 2, we have a significant collection here. Some papers and artifacts, only one of a kind, and they're here. So the second vector in this mission is to digitize our entire collection so that anyone who has an internet connection can see it. We started that thanks to the help of the chairman and others. We're working with North Texas State. They have a great project there. It's going to go on their portal. They digitize about 7,500 articles this month. We've already had 1,900 hits once it moved to the portal. That shows the interest that is out there. This is a multi-year million-dollar project that we will continue on. And the third vector is education. To tell these inspiring stories to students of any age, what occurred in the Pacific, not so much about the tactics and all that, but what those young men and women did out there under unbelievable circumstances. The patriotism they showed, the judgment they showed. We believe that, and to understand why what we're doing today, you can trace back to some of the things that occurred both in Asia and in Europe at that time. But we also believe by telling stories of individuals that they can identify with, we can help develop better citizens and leaders for the future. We are involved in that big time right now. Freedom Week was, I think, the third week in September, where everyone in the United States is supposed to talk about the Constitution. We did that VTC. We had 8,000 students join us from 5 different states. We believe that we are touching people and we are affecting people. As I told you the other night, our education program has touched, through the end of September, 95,000 students in all 50 states. Most of them Texas, but we have touched every state. We have contacts with the Philippines. They want to join our VTCs. We've got to work out the timing on that. It's a 13-hour difference. Japan wants to. We have universities here in Texas that want to join with us for us to add, not courses, but supplemental work from our archives, because we have the primary sources. We're excited about that, and we're moving out in that. We're going to expand that area, as I briefed you all the other night. Bush Gallery, major renovation on the Bush Gallery. I'm going to talk about one part that we're really quite excited about. And I think with this particular exhibit, we're going to be able to touch all the way from 6 or 7 years old, all the way up to more senior individuals. And it is the adventure of the USS Crevalle, a submarine that in 1944 was sent on a secret mission to an island in the Philippines to rescue 40 Americans. 4 soldiers that unfortunately participated in the Bataan Death March. Men, women, and children. We've actually talked with Barina Real. She was 8 years old, and she was part of it. She doesn't remember a whole lot, but she remembers being scared and cold and wet when they evacuated. She lives out in California. So they were taken from the jungle down to the beach and then put on the submarine. We're going to simulate all that, and once they get on the submarine is going to be on a moving platform, and it's going to be a theater, but they're going to feel like they're in a submarine. And during the journey to Australia, which took 8 days, they run into a Japanese convoy. The skipper decides to try to sink some of the ships. During his movement to the convoy, he is attacked, and depth charges are dropped on the submarine, and the periscope is damaged, as is the conning tower, and they're going to experience all of that. And that's why I said we selected this, because we'll tell the story as it goes along, and everyone will be able to identify whether they're a child or they're an adult with, oh my goodness, that could have been me. One thing we will not simulate: during that 8-day passage, a young baby boy was born on that submarine. We won't be simulating that. Not to my knowledge, anyway. That is going to open September of next year. And then the renovation of the Bush Gallery, hopefully you've had a chance to see the Nimitz Gallery here. It is going to be very much like that. Right now, we know it's a world-class museum. Probably a little bit too much information up. In the museum world, there are skimmers that go through a museum. There are swimmers that go through a museum, and there are deep-sea divers that go to a museum. And we're pretty much on the deep-sea diver part right now. We want to change that to the swimmer part, still have the information available electronically if a deep-sea diver wants to look at it, but the majority of people are swimmers, and that's what we want to focus on. I think we have a good plan on that. Can I entertain any questions at all?
Obviously, this costs a lot. You all received an appropriation.
$13 million from the state.
to get that done. So I wanted the commission to know that.
Yeah, and we thank you very much for that. Our board just decided last week to add another $2 million to that to ensure that the USS Cavalli experience is a really fascinating, exciting experience, and then some other things that we want to add to the renovation in the Bush Gallery. On that, Mr. Chairman, as you know, how we're going to expand our education experience is we're going to add a classroom here, a STEM classroom in the Bush Gallery. That probably take a couple of years to do because we're going to initially use the space to store stuff for the renovation of the Bush Gallery. We're going to add a professional studio so that our webinars and the films that we put on YouTube and the films that we send out to classes are professionally done. And the board also approved a $2.5 million capital campaign on that, and I'm happy to say that we've already raised 1.7 on that. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair and General, thank you for, first of all, letting us be here. This is an incredible place to have a meeting. I am a professor of history. World War II is one of my little pet places I like to study. So everything that you're telling about personalizing this experience is giving me chills, because this is exactly what I like to try to get to my students, for them to understand the sacrifice and the belief that people were willing to sacrifice and what they did. And it definitely agree with you, by humanizing these experiences, more and more of the younger generation can actually see what happened. My big theory, someday I'll write a book on it, but I do believe that a lot of today's issues and arguments and divisions stems from a fact that this younger generation is very far removed from World War II. My generation at least had my grandparents that were able to keep this mantle, the war in the Pacific, the war in the Atlantic, war in Europe, but we need to bring this back to the younger ones, so that they can see the greatness of what was done and the tragedies that happened. So I commend you. I don't have $13 million to give you, but if I did, I hit the lotto. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to be, because then people will come after me. But if I did, I would certainly, I mean, this is very worthwhile, and I commend these wonderful ideas and projects and motto, because I do think we need to remember what happened in both World War I, but definitely World War II.
Thank you very much for that. Sometimes I think we underestimate the young kids. I've talked about World War II with third graders from here in Fredericksburg. Not about what's going on. Personalize it so they can identify it. Talk about when Admiral Nimitz was 5 or 6 or 7 years old. They can identify with that. They can identify with other things. It always amazes me. Their little hands go up, and they really have good questions. From their standpoint, they are really good questions. So they are interested. I think it's up to us to really bring that interest up. We've hired a couple of people here who came as high school students, and they got excited about that. They went and studied history, and they came back and worked here. That's what we are trying to do. I don't know how much time we have, Mr. Chairman, but maybe one more story. We gave a VTC to 2 middle school classes in Ghana, Africa. And they could speak English. And I went down to see it, and I brought Rush to the staff because I was hoping what happened would occur. We selected Pearl Harbor. We thought maybe they might have heard of Pearl Harbor, and we gave the Pearl Harbor what happened. The Japanese came in, and I watched the kids there. Oh, boring, boring. And then we brought up Doris Miller. I don't know if you know, you must. Doris Miller was a steward on board, an African-American, They weren't allowed to be anything but stewards and messmen on board ships. And during the attack, he came up, grabbed a machine gun, never been trained on it, and started shooting at the aircraft. His skipper was wounded. He tended him, and later, long story short, he was awarded the Navy Cross. We brought him up, and all of a sudden, they were interested. And all of a sudden, they had questions. Why? They identified with him. And so I believe they'll remember that story. So that's what we're trying to do.
General, takes a leader. You sure are it. Thank you.
Well,
for
thank you very
everything.
much, sir. Admiral Nimitz said, what's the definition of leadership? It's surrounding yourself with really good people and doing everything you can to make them successful. Because as you know, it's about the people underneath you. Admirals, generals do not win wars. They lose wars. I am dead serious. They lose them. They can help if they know what they're doing and they make their people successful. And I think that's what, between us, that's what we try to do here with THC and Foundation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General. Sally Ann Schmidt, Friends of the THC, our money machine.
Well,
Hi.
thank you. Hello. Chairman Now, Commissioners, I'm happy to be back here representing the Friends of the Texas Historical Commission. As I have shared before, it is an honor for the Friends to be a strong and present partner to the THC in its preservation mission. First, I want to thank the National Museum of the Pacific War for hosting us last night. Thank you to David Shields, the site manager, and the staff for their help for the reception that we had yesterday evening. I thought that was a great reception. Thank you to the commissioners who came and joined us, the Friends trustees, and the staff and the commissioners and all of the other Friends that we had there yesterday evening. As the board chair of the Friends, it's one of the things that I've been committed to is to bringing the commissioners and the Friends trustees back together. I think it's something we did a lot before COVID and having our meetings in conjunction with yours. And so I'm happy to recognize some of our Friends trustees that are here today. Here at the meeting, we have Friends Vice Chair Donna Carter, and we also have Friends Secretary Laretha Clay, who is here at our meeting today. I am happy to report that the Friends of the THC continues to thrive and grow their fundraising efforts. Our Executive Director, Anjali Zucci, will make a full presentation of our activities and accomplishments, but I just wanted to share some of the highlights. The Friends ended another successful fiscal year where we raised over $1.5 million in restricted and unrestricted funds to support projects and programs of the THC. This includes grants and gifts to support historic sites projects, education programs, and stewardship programs. We have continued to expand our ability to think outside the box and to be nimble, creative, and responsive in supporting your critical THC goals, like the acquisition of properties to add to THC's existing historic sites. Last fiscal year, thanks to a very generous gift from Chairman Now, we were able to acquire 2 properties to add to the Bush family home in Midland. We explored new ways to support unique projects of the Commission, like the work we've been doing with the Community Heritage Division on the licensing project for the state of Georgia, and the development of THC's Texas History Navigator mobile app, which is really great. As always, we continue to be a strong partner to the THC at our Real Places Conference, building sponsorships and partnerships that broaden the reach of the conference. We hope to see everyone again in April. Our outreach efforts through our website, social media, and virtual events continue to bring us new donors, while we also engage current friends and supporters. And finally, we've also focused on diversifying our board to build the skills we need as an organization and build the geographic and cultural representation that we need. You were introduced to our newest trustees, Vanessa McElrath and Christine Navarro-McElhaney, during the last commission meeting. We're working on identifying new potential board members who we hope will bring some needed skills and perspective in the area of social media networking and outreach, and also potentially some representation from the philanthropic community, and also broaden our geographic reach. We're also looking inward, and we're going to have a strategic planning workshop amongst ourselves in January. So after you hear the detailed report from Anjali, she and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally-Ann. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's wonderful to be back here. I'm going to follow Sally-Ann with a very quick report because I know you're a little behind on time. Starting with an overview, Sally-Ann gave the highlights. We raised over $613,000 in individual and foundation grants, federal funding for historic sites primarily, including the acquisition for the Bush family home, for Eisenhower Birthplace, for a collections restoration project at Mission Dolores, Sabine Pass, and for the THC virtual learning portal. We also brought in $337,000 plus in revenues, which include $120,000 in sponsorships and exhibitor fees for the Real Places 2023 conference. We brought in 7 preservation scholars again this past year to THC for 10 weeks over the summer. And then, of course, we continue our partnership with the Texas Land Title Association for the Courthouse Stewardship Project. Just additional support, the property acquisitions at Bush Family Home required us to actually enter into those transactions, which is an interesting set of skills that I've been honing over the last couple of years now. And thank you, Chairman, now for your support for that. For the San Jacinto Battleground, we had raised and set aside $500,000, which we have transferred to THC now in matching funds for the acquisition of the Almonte surrender site. We also received funding from the Meadows Foundation and the Summerlee Foundation for an archaeology master plan for San Jacinto Battleground, which includes the newly acquired Almonte site as well. Of course, being part of the planning committee for Real Places Conference, working to bring in some of the speakers and supporting Brad and his team on whatever they need us to do for the conference. And our virtual events and webinars continue. As Sally-Ann mentioned, those events are bringing us donors, people who come in with $5, $10, $5,000. We see all kinds of support coming through those virtual events, which are really interesting and informal at the same time. A very quick look at the revenues. I'm not going to dwell on this. You have these numbers in your report as well. Moving on to what we are doing this fiscal year. We worked with the Archaeology Division to secure an $80,000 gift from the city of Fort Worth. This is part of a donation made in response to mitigation requirements per a memorandum of agreement between the city and the Army Corps of Engineers and THC. This donation establishes the THC's Texas Archaeological Sites Atlas internship program, and we did actually, since the writing of this presentation, we have received this funding. And then we're going to be working with Archaeology Division to start putting together an application process for this internship.
We received a small grant from the Texas Council of Archaeologists for Texas Archaeology Month Fair. Real Places 2024 conference, working with CHD to get speaker agreements out. We have, as you heard from Brad yesterday, we have all of the keynote speakers secured. We're working or starting work on raising additional sponsorships. We have our title sponsor, title partner, and the City of Austin as a major underwriter. So our goal of $120,000 this year, we've already raised $80,000 in sponsorships for Real Places. So we hope to go past that goal this year. For the licensing project, we have a first draft of a licensing agreement. It's still missing some information pending the selection of the vendor that Brad mentioned yesterday during his committee meeting. So that process is moving forward as well. Caddo Mounds, wanted to thank the Summerlee Foundation and Jim for your advocacy for the project. We received $50,000 from Summerlee for design and engineering work for the phase 2 of Caddo Mounds, the Education Center building. Eisenhower Birthplace, we, again, at the date of writing this presentation, we had been invited by Martin Marietta to submit some updated information on the Eisenhower Birthplace project. We have since submitted that information, and we are waiting to hear back from them about what kind of support they might be willing to offer towards the project. Goodnight Ranch, I've been working with Joseph and Inez and Lindsay Adams, the site manager at Goodnight Ranch, on exploring the acquisition of 2 properties adjacent to the site. We visited Amarillo a couple of weeks ago and met with the landowners for both sites and had really positive conversations with them. We have received some feedback since from one of the owners, from the heirs of Mr. Garland, and are working on a response to them. We wanted to wait for the commission to recommend the request for the additional, the spending authority to LBB. We don't want to move ahead of that. So, but they're aware of that process, and they're willing to sort of work with our timeline on that. We hope to bring some additional news on this in the next few weeks to a month or so. I did want to mention one thing about the acquisitions. Our position with the landowners has been sort of a line in the sand. We're talking about the appraised values, and we're not hearing an absolute no from them, but there might be some need for additional fundraising for these acquisitions, and as we get a better sense of that, we'll bring that information back to you all. Washington and the Brazos, we continue to serve in an advisory capacity on the Capital Campaign Committee, and are supporting the Washington and the Brazos Historical Foundation. I know that there are some visits planned or in the planning process for with donors in North Texas, and the foundation is working really hard on additional requests that have been submitted in the last month or so. Preservation Scholars Program, our applications for next year are going to open next week on November 1st. We've moved that process ahead a little bit because we realized that students are making those decisions for their internships sooner than our original timeline. So we open next week, and the applications will close in February, and our goal again is to bring 7 scholars in to THC again next summer, and we're already well on our way to getting all the funds needed for the 7 students. We also have a partnership with Houston Tillotson University for housing. We had a few little bumps this last summer, which we are working through, and hope to offer the housing to students again next summer. Our virtual workshops, development workshops and virtual events continue. We've had 36 events since we started. We've reached over 32,000 people through Facebook Live. We are now consistently seeing 300 to 400 people register for each of these events every month. We're building that audience as we continue to build this program. We have we had an event this week from Star Family Home. It's really wonderful to partner with our site staff and highlight our sites during these events as well, and especially when these are food-based programs, they're really well received by the audiences. We have a couple more coming up, sort of holiday-focused programs. In November, we will be presenting from Kreischer Brewery, and then in December from the Bush Family Home. Just a quick look, I'm not going to go through the numbers, but our social media is very active. We're growing slowly but steadily. Our footprint in the social media world is growing slowly but steadily, and we see consistent numbers now. And just as a reminder, we launched our presence on Facebook full-time just about 3 years ago, and we have almost 7,000 followers on Facebook. We have a significant number on Instagram and Twitter, which are harder to build following on anyway. Really happy about the work that our social media coordinator has done. And of course, we are on LinkedIn as well. A very quick look at our assets and liabilities as they stand as of last week. If you all recall the numbers from the last meeting, we're down some, mainly because of the $500,000 that we have transferred now to THC. And then, of course, we're watching what is happening in the market, and that's impacting some of our endowments as well. So just keeping an eye on that. And I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
To you, Sally Ann, and your staff and members and board, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know the big project right now is Washington on the Brazos. We've got to get that done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joy, you're here. The Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission, and I think I speak for every commissioner that our sincere condolences for everything that happened in Israel, and it isn't over yet.
That's right. Thank you. I'm Joy Nathan. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission, the THGAAC. My chairman, Ken Goldberg, sends his regrets that he cannot join us today. Since our last report, Governor Abbott has appointed 2 new commissioners to the THGAAC, filling 8 of the 9 appointments. The new commissioners are Jay Zeidman of Houston and Roger Nober of Fort Worth. Our advisory commission held its last quarterly meeting on September 6th in Dallas. At that meeting, the THGAAC commissioners voted on a strategic plan for fiscal year 2024 and 2025, outlining the THGAAC's duties, goals, and output measures. The commissioners voted on a Friends of the THGAAC funding priority list. They also voted to update the education grant scoring materials to create more opportunities for underserved, smaller nonprofits to receive matching grants. These 3 recommendations are included as items on today's agenda. Nearly 10 months after the THGAAC submitted our study on anti-Semitism to state leaders, World Jewry faces one of the gravest threats in decades. The terrorist group Hamas on October 7th attacked Israel from Gaza and launched a brutal attack on civilians, including children and seniors. On the bloodiest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, Hamas killed more than 1,000 Israelis, maiming, decapitating, and torturing many. The group took over 200 hostages in Gaza, including young children and elderly Holocaust survivors. Israel has declared war on Hamas. The attack has launched a worldwide wave of anti-Semitism from the Middle East to Europe to the United States, including many anti-Israel rallies on college campuses and elsewhere. Jewish communities in Texas went on high alert for attacks in the Lone Star State, from social media to universities to Jewish community centers. Governor Abbott vowed unwavering support for Israel. He announced an additional $4 million in funding from the governor's public safety office to provide enhanced security to Jewish organizations such as synagogues and schools in Texas. This funding, which aligned with the THG-AAC's recommendation in the December 2022 study of anti-Semitism in Texas, came on top of the $2 million that the 88th legislature had allocated in the 2024-2025 budget. It complements an existing federal program so Jewish organizations and other groups are better prepared for attacks like those that have occurred in recent years. At the request of the THG-AAC commissioners and with the approval of the Texas Historical Commission, our advisory commission issued the following statement. The Texas Holocaust Genocide and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission was created to fight the type of anti-Semitism and hate that we saw on brutal display in Israel. We joined Governor Greg Abbott and the entire state of Texas in strongly condemning Hamas's savage attacks on Israeli civilians, which tragically evoked memories of the Holocaust for many Jewish communities. Our commission's mission is to combat and confront hatred, prejudice, and indifference by educating all Texans about the Holocaust and other genocides. We will work with schools, museums, community organizations, public officials, and our partners to ensure that Texans understand the impact of these events and that the hate that drove them. We stand ready to support our fellow Texans if the attacks on Jewish people and communities continue to spread. We have been in touch with a number of Texas leaders. Texas Speaker of the House, Dade Phelan, contacted our commission asking for guidance and educational resources for the Texas legislature. He circulated the THG-AAC's statement and voiced the need for more information on Hamas and the ongoing situation in Israel. The THG-AAC is creating an addendum to the study of anti-Semitism in Texas for the legislature to provide accurate information on the situation in Israel and the rise of anti-Semitism. The document includes information on the additional state funding, communities coming together, heightened security, hate on campuses, and resources for students in grades K through 12. We are working closely with the governor's office on this update and hope to get this information in the hands of the legislature as soon as possible. Also this week, Governor Abbott and the Texas Education Agency, the TEA, announced educational resources and lesson plans on the Israeli conflict for Texas students to help educators and parents ensure there is an understanding of the current acts of war, regional violence, and conflict in Israel. The THG-AAC is partnering with the TEA to amplify this information and ensure that schools know about these new resources. Given the heightened anti-Semitism we are witnessing, our advisory commission has called an emergency meeting which will take place on Monday, October 30th in Austin. The singular agenda item is a discussion on the commission's response to current world events and ways we can support the commission's mission. Governor Abbott plans to address the commission during this meeting. We also know that Senator Phil King and Senator Tan Parker will be in attendance. The meeting has been posted, and if you are interested, I'm happy to share and circulate how to join either in person or via Zoom. The THG-AAC will issue 2 reports for the next legislative session, one on Holocaust Remembrance Week implementation and the second on the study of anti-Semitism in Texas. We have posted the request for proposal for vendors to assist in the data collection for these reports and hope to select a contractor in early November. Holocaust Remembrance Week is January 22nd through 26th of 2024, and we're working diligently with partner organizations to honor speaking requests and ensure that schools have materials and resources to teach about the Holocaust. Our website provides a menu of options for teachers broken down by age to support classroom instruction. I'm pleased to share that we hired a development manager for the Friends of the THG-AAC to help staff the nonprofit and provide additional resources to support the mission of the THG-AAC. We also had a vacancy in our regional coordinator communication specialist position, and I'm delighted to share that we have hired a new team member who starts on November 15th. While focusing on the rise of anti-Semitism, we continue to seek opportunities to raise our visibility and connect our resources. We're building a volunteer and speaker opportunities, or we're building more volunteer and speaker opportunities to connect Texans and enhance public awareness of the fight against anti-Semitism and the continuing significance of the Holocaust and other genocides. Finally, we'll have our next full quarterly meeting in San Antonio on December 6th. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions? Yep.
Joy, have you guys thought, I mean, it seems like there might be an opportunity to have, to possibly put together a meeting of the state university presidents about the seriousness of this problem. I know everyone's watched on television what's been happening across the country at the university level. There obviously needs to be some kind of way to have students be more informed about what's really happening. I feel like a lot of kids want to be activists, and so this is kind of the latest thing that's happening, and so they kind of join in without even knowing anything about the complexities of the situation and really what's happening, and what is being voiced in the protests and that sort of thing, and what they mean, and what is it you're really saying here. And so I think, you know, this is a time when they might not want to come together and have that kind of conversation, that this is the time you can try to get some help to make that happen.
Absolutely.
Texas could lead the way in this area as to how universities should address this problem. And I feel like you've got the kind of leadership in the state that would be interested in that.
It's a very fair point, and it's something that came up as a recommendation in the study to do more training in universities and to connect some of that messaging. So it's something that we are working on in real time. We also heard from, and in this past legislative session, there was anti-BDS legislation connecting a loophole, particularly on college campuses, and I think that's going to come up in the discussion that we'll be having in future conversations about what we can be doing to lead so that this hate doesn't persist on college campuses, and an opportunity to just educate all on the conflict.
Are there any other comments? Once again, thank you. Thanks. Okay, number 7, consent items. I'll read this. The commission may approve agenda item 7.1-7.9 by a majority vote on a single motion. Any commissioner may request that an item be pulled from this consent agenda for consideration as a separate item. So commissioners, are there any consent items that should be taken into consideration as a separate item? I see no hands. Okay, so this is a motion. I need a second.
Second.
We have a second. Thank you. I'll call for a vote. I like that. All in favor? Aye. That moves us to, thank you very much. Rule amendments? No, that's.
Yeah, archaeology.
There we go. Sorry. Number 8, archaeology. Jim, it's your show again.
Okay, I'm ready. We had a great meeting with the Archaeology Committee yesterday. Brad's going to give us a brief update of the highlights of that. But before we do that, we have a handout to offer the commission members on, we've mentioned before at the commission meeting the story of James Coryell and the archaeological project that we did, and we prepared a report on that. It's been published, and it's really a great archaeological detective story of how we discovered the lost grave of James Coryell, a Texas Ranger that was killed by Native Americans. He was scalped, and based on an African-American former enslaved worker from a plantation narrative from the 1930s, we discovered that grave. And this was a collaborative project with the Smithsonian Institution and the Texas Historical Commission.
And the Summerlee Foundation.
And the Summerlee Foundation, yes.
And
John?
certainly the gentleman who's speaking to us, Brad, and Jim played a major, major role in making this all happen.
Okay, Jim?
Yeah. Brad, and give us the highlights of our meeting yesterday.
All right, we had a great meeting yesterday. This one will be even shorter. So just wanted to update you all on the Archaeology Division staffing. At the end of August 31st, we were down 5 full-time employees. We saw the departure of Donna McCarver, who many of you, hopefully, you got to know in her 30 years working with the agency, as well as one of our staff, Maggie Moore, who's been leading our Texas Archaeology Month program for the past few years. So very, very sad to see them both depart. However, we have started hiring back folks. We brought on a new reviewer, Tracy Lovingood, who's going to be working with our state marine archaeologists and the rest of the archaeology review staff to work on coastal properties. We hired 2 new part-time administrative assistants to help us do administrative things. And we've got 2 more reviewers coming on over the course of the next month. Danielle Julian and Mary Jo Galindo. So I'm hoping, once we hire Donna's position back as well, at the next quarterly meeting, I can introduce you to all my new staff in Austin. So I look forward to that. I also look forward to not doing 3 people's jobs. We had a very successful tribal consultation meeting in partnership with TxDOT in the past, during September. TxDOT gave us the opportunity to spend the afternoon of the first day talking about THC programs and how they can intersect with tribal interests across the state, particularly in sharing and telling the stories that connect all of us across the state. We also had a very nice after-hours tour of the French Legation, thanks to Historic Sites and Mary Margaret Kennedy in particular, who gave a very nice tour of the site. And I didn't say this yesterday, but at the end of this meeting, they have the tribal caucus, and the tribes go back and they discuss what they've seen. And I got what I think was a really amazing comment from them. They told us that they were very impressed with the quality of work that Texas is doing and the outreach to reach out to the tribes, and they really appreciated us. So not just the THC, TxDOT, and other agencies too, but it was really great to hear that recognition and appreciation from the tribes.
No. Can you, Ted?
And October's Texas Archaeology Month. Enjoy it before it's gone, because we're in the last few days. A lot of great events around the state. Feel free to hit the website and check out all the things that are available. And I just really want to give a thanks to all the different people in the agency who helped out. We had about 115 different people in the agency volunteer for our pinch pot kit making project. We did make 10,000 of them and distributed them. We also had about 200 other volunteers from various organizations and groups, including the Alamo Trust was one of our partners as well. And a lot of the historic sites are also actively participating, as you may have seen in yesterday's historic sites presentation. So we're just very excited about Texas Archaeology Month and want to keep it growing. So appreciate it. And just want to throw this up there really quick. Some of you may have seen in the news the Neches River wreck that went pretty viral when the Ice House Museum put it on their Facebook page. It was, we knew about these. These are World War I era wrecks that had been basically, well, they didn't wreck. They were intentionally scuttled in the Neches River. They had been constructed at the end of World War I, and when the war ended, they were no longer necessary. So they were sold, salvaged, and scuttled. So there's the largest collection in the United States is actually in the Neches River of this resource. You can't see them most of the time, but when we have droughts, they pop out. So one of the local folks on the river identified it and reported it, and for better or for worse, it's really driven a tremendous surge in interest in the river and finding shipwrecks. So we're looking forward to getting the community back under control. No, it's really great. It's been a great public outreach opportunity, and our state marine archaeologist, Amy Borgens, she spent a lot of time talking to the press about this and explaining we know exactly what these are, and she'll be going down there and presenting and working with the local community on how to properly record and report these sorts of resources. And that was my short report.
Brad, thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you to you and the division staff for the great work you do for the commission.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad. Architecture, Lori?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had an interesting meeting yesterday, and Elizabeth Brummett is going to tell us all about it. I will say, in the smackdown of divisions, we don't have an architecture month, so we may want to be working on that, but I think we accomplish a lot, and Elizabeth is going to tell us about it.
Okay, thank you very much. I will briefly go through some of the projects I presented to the committee yesterday. I particularly wanted to mention the Belleville Turnverein Pavilion, which receives state tax credits, but is also up for the Award of Excellence in Historic Architecture later on your agenda. This is a really fabulous project, a very unique building. It's 12-sided with an 80-foot diameter, so that's a 40-foot span between those perimeter walls and the center column, supporting the really magnificent roof trusses. That was part of the work that was done with this project, was reinforcing the structure of the building in a very unobtrusive way. You really can't tell that those interventions have been done. The building was also air-conditioned. That had been an impediment to its modern use. It's just our expectation these days to be cool and comfortable indoors. So windows had to be installed within what were before just louvered openings with these shutters for ventilation. So windows were installed. The air conditioning system is tucked under some historic perimeter benches. And again, it's just a very unobtrusive intervention that really lets the architecture of this building shine.
Just one quick comment, if you go back. We actually held a commission meeting in that building. Don't ask me when, but I know we did it. It was hot.
I'll bet it was.
That's
That's
what I
remarkable. I did
remember.
not know that.
That's right, we dedicated San Felipe. Great memory. That's all I have. That's it? All right.
Been gone for years.
So again, we're deviating. Back to you.
Thank you. I'll also mention a federal and state tax credit project. This is the Grant Building in downtown Abilene. A relatively small project for the federal tax credit program, which requires a substantial reinvestment in historic buildings. But this is a good addition to downtown Abilene, and it houses a 80-year-old financial services firm that moved across the street to undertake this project. I had the remarkable opportunity to visit the Battleship Texas while she was in dry dock for repairs, along with our East Texas architectural reviewer, Jonathan Mosley, and state marine archaeologist, Amy Borgens. And just really incredible to see the full magnitude of the battleship. So much of the hull is submerged below the waterline, and there are incredible repairs underway. Just a really high level of care that Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and the Battleship Texas Foundation are taking in this restoration project. I also wanted to mention that our South Texas reviewer, Sheena Cox, traveled to Big Bend National Park. She joined me at the last quarterly commission meeting and then continued on to Big Bend from there. She was able to meet with the park superintendent, get a tour of the park's historic resources, and also talk about a recently completed memorandum of agreement for the, unfortunately, the Jesus Mountain Lodge is going to be demolished due to structural conditions, and it will be replaced. For the Hurricane Harvey grant program, we are racing against the clock to get all of these projects completed by March 31st, 2024. A recent example of a completed project is a structural assessment at the Galveston Scottish Rite Cathedral. For the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, work is steadily proceeding on the Mason County Courthouse, recovering from the unfortunate arson in February 2021. Currently, work on installation of electrical, plumbing, and mechanical systems and other interior elements is underway. At the Polk County Courthouse, the exterior scaffolding is complete, allowing selective masonry repair to begin. And all non-historic fabric has been removed from the building's interior. At the Taylor County Courthouse, removal of non-historic fabric is also complete. Replica windows are being manufactured off-site, and work on some of the ornamental finishes on the interior are underway. And then that takes me to the end of that presentation. Thank you.
Pardon me, we do have 2 action items. And would you like to explain 9.2?
Certainly. This is for the Commission to consider filing authorization of the intent to review and consider for readoption, revision, or repeal Chapter 17 related to state architectural programs for publication in the Texas Register. And this is a routine item. Every state agency is required to review and consider for readoption their rules every 4 years. A proposed rule review must be filed in the Texas Register to inform the public that we will start reviewing this particular chapter, and this gives the public an opportunity to submit comments regarding the review. This chapter contains the Texas Preservation Trust Fund program rules in Rule 17.1 and the rules for the courthouse law, the most fundamental protection we have for county courthouses in Rule 17.2. We do not have any changes that we're contemplating at this time. I've asked the staff from those program areas to do their own rule review simultaneous with the public review. So based on whether we receive any public comments and based on whether staff identify any potential improvements, we may come back for readoption or for proposed amendments at the next commission meeting.
Thank you. So the committee considered this and voted to move it forward to you all. And so I'll just read this motion. We move to approve THC's intent to review and consider for readoption, revision, or repeal of Chapter 11 related to state architectural programs for publication in the Texas Register.
Second.
Thank you. Did I say 17? I'm sorry. Oh, what, did I say 11? I'm sorry. I can read it again. Move to approve THC's intent to review and consider for readoption, revision, or repeal of Chapter 17 related to state architectural programs for publication in the Texas Register.
Second.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had a second action item that Elizabeth will explain to you all.
Yes, this is unfortunate but not unexpected. Kimball County is seeking to return their Round 12 grant and the supplemental funding that the Executive Committee awarded in September. So I'll give a bit more background on the rationale for that. Kimball County remains dedicated to the restoration of their 1930 courthouse and is considered shovel-ready. They have 95% construction plans for that project. The previous $6 million cap required the county to commit to a very substantial cash match of 44% of the overall project in the Round 12 grant application. This really surpasses the county's financial capacity to move forward. The total project cost exceeds the county's entire annual budget. Because of this, the Commissioners Court voted on September 18th to reject the initial Round 12 grant and the supplemental funding, and to reapply in Round 13 to benefit from the new $10 million cap. They have a $10.9 million project, so with the larger cap, they will be able to seek something closer to a 15% match and have a much lower local commitment to the project. And that will affect their score, and they are aware that there is no guarantee that they will be successful in Round 13. So in terms of the amount to be recaptured, it's the original Round 12 grant award, which is $5,294,242, which was awarded in 2022. And then the supplemental award based on increased project cost of $858,289 that was awarded in September. So that brings the total amount to be recaptured to $6,152,531.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So again, the committee voted to recommend this for your consideration. I'll read the motion. Move to recapture funds from Kimball County in the amount of $6,152,531.
Are they going to come back in the next round?
Yes, they're planning to reapply in Round 13 and take advantage of that, full $10 million opportunity that now will be available to them. With the supplemental awards, we were keeping them to the cash match they had committed to originally based on the $6 million cap.
Okay. I'll have Any other questions? Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Carries.
Thank you.
And that,
You will, just a quick follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Will the committee bring forward what to do with the money on the next meeting?
oh,
It will be included with the other funds for round 13, so we'll have a larger pool of funding
Got it.
to award at that time.
Okay, thank you.
right. And I
Lori,
don't,
any?
well, that's the end of our committee meeting. I don't understand that to require commission action to roll that money forward, but.
I don't believe so. No, that's our practice, is to take any returned funds and carry them forward.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have at least one commissioner that's on a time schedule. I'm told the lunches are here. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay, they are box lunches. If we could, let's just say, eat fast. How else are you supposed to say that? It is 12:05. Can we reconvene at 12:30? Is that enough? You got to, I'm going to. Yep. Okay, we'll take a break for lunch and plan on reconvening at 12:30. Historic sites will be next. Session, and due to scheduling issues, I'm moving number 14, history programs. And I think Donna, who's history programs? Sorry, no, I thought, no, Donna, okay. Donna, which committee did you need? History programs, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, we'll go there. Are we showing a chair? Yeah.
Are we're ready to go?
Lilia?
Okay.
Yeah, take it. Sorry.
We'll go ahead and start. We had a very informative meeting and definitely a learning experience for me. So we will take it away with Charles reporting on the history programs, and we have a few action items which Charles will get us through.
Thank you. We did welcome Commissioner Garcia yesterday as our new committee chair, so welcome. And I just briefly mentioned that Leslie Wolfenden, our survey coordinator, presented on Green Books at Holocaust Museum Houston to accompany an exhibit they're showing right now. And then Anjali and I had a little lovely back and forth talking about the importance of the mentorship that happens within the Preservation Scholars Program. If you'll notice the young lady on the rightmost picture, she, Daniela Dixon, was a preservation scholar and joined Leslie in both the presentation and in an interview. And we can go ahead and move to the items if you'd like. So 14.2, this is not a motion item, but just a report on our markers. At the last commission meeting, we presented all the markers for 2023, 3 canceled for this year, which is actually less than normal. These are all because of lack of payment. Are there any questions about markers, whether it's regarding this or any other marker topic? I'm happy to answer any of those.
Charles, I did want to ask, are those people permanently
Oh, no.
excommunicated?
No, these, for example, we have that RTHL here, right? So some of these are, some of the folks that drop out are high scoring, and they're welcome to resubmit in the future, and that does happen quite often, actually. For these 3, it's payment, and it could just differ. Sometimes they just forgot to turn in their payment. They've received their notices from us, and sometimes there's internal issues that we don't know about. Item 14.3 is our first motion item here. This is for the 2025 Official Texas Historical Marker Work Plan. We'll be taking 185 markers as we usually do. We have 3 different thematic priorities for 2025: arts, Hispanic topics, and community planning and development. And we have a motion for you.
Yes, before you commissioners, the committee has moved on or recommended for your vote the following motion. Move to approve staff recommendations for qualified official Texas historical marker applications and adoption of a work plan to complete no more than 185 new historical markers in calendar year 2025.
A question. Given the discussion we had with the senator in Dallas and the markers that were approved by state legislation, we ought to make certain that those markers are on top of this. Is that what you're planning?
This is for 2025, so we may need to come next quarterly meeting with an amendment to the 23 marker plan. I think that's what we would need to do perhaps if we're gonna go more than a 185. But we'll track that and make sure that we're either within that limit or we'll bring it before you all.
All right, for the benefit of the commissioners, in the last session, a state senator from Dallas filed and had enacted legislation to recognize the post-Civil War African-American legislators that were elected. I've met with him. The staff and I have talked over this. So we are working it right now. I just wanted to make sure there's no conflict. Okay, the chair's going to have to step. Kathy, you're running it.
So there's been a second on this.
Yes. $14.3. Aye.
Aye.
And Charles, real quick, these these markers
Yes.
that Chairman now was talking about, they would be in addition to what was in 2023?
Correct. They would be, well, they could probably be under the 2023 or 2024 plan, I think. So
Okay.
we'll see what the best alternative is.
I honestly wouldn't worry too much about it. The whole idea of us setting a number of markers came out of a sunset review that happened in 2007. And they said we needed to come up with a number, and we have a number. We adopt pretty much the same number every year. If we do 20 more than that, nobody's going to be concerned about that.
Well, sadly, we did just reduce the number for 2023 by 3, so we have some slots.
We can move on to 14.4, which is RTHL removals. If you'll remember last time, I brought a number of RTHL dedesignation requests from staff. This is the next list from staff. This is more of a cleanup item on our end. If you'll notice, most of these structures don't exist anymore, so they shouldn't be RTHLs. None of these are brought by people outside the agency. Again, this is just from staff internally. And we would recommend that first motion.
And commissioners, we agreed in committee to pass on motion number 1. So I will go ahead and read out motion number 1. Move to approve request for removal of recorded Texas historic landmark designation for the 10 properties listed in the table included with this item. Oh, may I have a second? Me? Okay, well, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, sorry. Say aye. All those against, say no. Thank you. Motion passes. And last action
This is the
item.
last item for us. So since last time we met, we had a State Board of Review member submit his letter of resignation, and we're now asking you to accept appointment of Teresa Barker from Laredo into the position of a State Board of Review architect member.
And we have before you, commissioners, the motion. I will move to approve the State Historic Preservation Officer's recommendation to appoint Teresa Barker to the State Board of Review. Do I have a second? I have I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Charles, and thank you for making my first meeting successful. Thank you.
Now we're going to move to John Crane and the Historic Sites.
Thank you, Vice Chair McKnight. And again, Joseph Bell will be presiding. We had a great committee meeting yesterday, very productive meeting, I thought. Whenever we do historic sites, we have a lot of business, just
Yes.
How things go. But if you want to just say a few words and we can move on to action items.
Yeah, I'll give you a brief overview of some of the items that we're going to be moving forward with. At Caddo Mounds, we've completed the Visitor Center. We're working on getting the exhibits completed. We'll be working with the OAG on our filing with the bankruptcy court on the previous vendor, and we'll be able to report back to you after the new year. Washington on the Brazos, we're moving forward with that project. Everything is moving very well, and we're very pleased with the work that's happening there. San Jacinto, we are working on getting the contract completed so that we can move forward with the request for proposals so we can get a project management firm in place, and they can begin to assist in getting the professional services in place. I'm pleased to report that the collection items that were identified by State Archives has been returned. They're very pleased with that cooperation that we provided to them and the restoration of that. I've also got a list of those historians that we had identified for a advisory group that we'd like to share with you. So if you review that and you see anybody that you would like us to add to that list, we'll be pleased to do so. Oh, Henry House, we're continue to work with the University of Texas, San Antonio, and we will be doing that financial analysis and report back after the new year, and then continue to work with getting the objects prepared for auction, both with the governor's office, with their friends group, as well as our staff. And then we continue the conversation with the Iwo Jima in regards to the operating agreement, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to get that completed within the next 3 to 4 months. So on to our action items. We have at San Jacinto, we have been negotiated with Oxy Vinyl to be able to be given a 55-foot easement that will help connect us, the park, with the Almonte site. So the next is the actual motion page, and I would ask for approval.
Well, a committee moves that we approve the finalization of this easement agreement as recommended.
I think the chairman had a question.
Is this an extension of the easement that was on, or is this, are we being required to do a new one?
This is the easement that we were able to negotiate with Oxy Vinyl. We provided them 3 access easements on Vista Road for their plant operation.
Got it. This isn't.
This is an exchange. Yeah.
Well, we still have the easement from the original Battlefield Park to the Almonte site. That's still in place, correct?
No, this would be the easement that we would be establishing with Oxy Vinyl.
Then what happened? Yeah, what happened to the one?
There is no other one. There is an easement on Center Point, but there is no use.
Right. Center Point. Sorry.
Right.
You're right.
Correct.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
I just think it's fabulous. Thank you so much for doing this.
You're welcome.
And we'll vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next item we have is to request spending authority for those 5 projects that we have identified that we would like to submit to the LBB. The only 2 modifications from the executive committee is the increase in budget for the Palmita Ranch Tower, which was raised to $525,000, and then to be able to provide us the funding available to move forward with the 2 acquisitions if those properties become available at the Charles and Mary Ann Goodnight property. So I'm requesting approval from the full committee to be able to make those 2 changes and then move forward with the LBB request.
Move to approve the submittal of the 5 noted projects to the LBB requesting capital spending authority. That is a motion. Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
I have one. This is sporting goods sales tax?
Correct.
Dollars?
Correct.
Did you have some needs or something?
Absolutely.
Just wondered.
Always.
We'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The next item we have is for the Fort Martin Scott Phase 2 report. Chris Elliott provided the overview of that property, and this just gives you an overhead. It's being presented to us by the city of Fredericksburg. The next slide just gives an overview of the history of the site, originally called Camp Houston and then changed to Camp Martin Scott. So staff, the committee is recommending us to move forward to the Phase 3 financial and integrity analysis of that property. And then next is the motion page.
Move to approve the Phase 2, it's actually, Phase 2 analysis as recommended, and moving on to Phase 3 by staff.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then the final item we have is the Historic Sites Commission Subcommittee had made some recommendation in regards to our fee structure. Just a quick overview, it was to develop a network passport program to establish free days to the public, participate in the Blue Star program and extend free admission to active military and personnel and their families, extend admission discounts to teachers and first responders, and to establish a discount for staff and commissioners in regards to the use of the site and retail purchases. And the committee has recommended approval to move forward with that new fee structure.
Move to approve fees and fee structure as recommended by the committee. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, when would these go into effect?
These will be getting these structured immediately.
Thank you.
And Joseph, real quick, thank you for the staff and everybody for having put a lot of that together. It made the committee's job very, very easy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you to you and Inez and everybody else. That was great. Appreciate it. Okay, we will go to communications. Our Vice Chair McKnight.
So, thank you, Chairman. Now, we had a great meeting yesterday, and Chris will briefly summarize, update where we are and what we're doing in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We got our market research results. Actually, we got the results of our 2023-24 HSD marketing plan from the vendor that we work with to do those placements and media buys. We were very happy with the results of that, which I believe were more than 11 million impressions, or people that saw the advertising, with a number of click-throughs and engagements that were all directed toward websites that are maintained by us. So there was like a landing page for the state historic sites. There was another broader landing page that was more about visiting historic Texas. Those all performed well. We had a lot of discussion yesterday about things that we will be able to do next year with hopefully maybe a larger budget and more ways to measure with some changes that we're making to our web analytics to know a little bit more about the people that interact with those ads, and eventually work toward the point where we're actually tracking conversions that come in, meaning we can look and see where somebody came from when they go online and buy a ticket to an event or make a reservation for one of the sites. So we are eager to take what we learned in this past year and apply it to next year for HSD. We have been making also very good progress on our web redesign. I'm very confident that we will launch a new, much improved website in mid-December. So the next time that we meet, I will be showing off that new website. But until then, here is a preview of it, just kind of a mock-up of what the homepage is looking like in the current design. Although this is just a PDF mock-up, that we have, as of this week, kind of a clickable skeleton site that they've set up that we're doing all the browser compatibility checks and some other quality control checks. And I believe we're wrapping that up a little bit earlier than we had planned to this week. And the reports from the team is that it's all working very well. So we will start populating that with real content here in coming weeks so that we can make that mid-December launch. We had a market research study that we were able to do in September. It was an online research done by Evolve Market Research is the name of the firm. They reached out to, I believe, about 1,100 Texans. We asked them to create a geographically and demographically representative sample of the state. We believe they were able to do that with this online research that gave us some interesting findings. Some of the key ones were that we need to continue to advance our brand identity, make sure that the programs and the events that we're sponsoring, that they're clearly identified and associated with the Texas Historical Commission, both through our branding and our messaging. We were urged to they identified some groups that seem like they're very willing to visit our sites and use our programs. They identified some of those groups where there was a lot of interest but not a lot of awareness about the agency. So we got some good recommendations on different user groups that we could promote and kind of target more of our advertising and marketing to from that report. While that research was going on in September, I was finishing up our draft communications plan, which I provided everybody a copy of, and we were able to work in a lot of the findings and some of the recommendations from that market research firm into that report, which you all have a copy of. To keep it very brief, we're going to be launching, we've seen so much success with our online, the email marketing newsletters, this in the face of a little bit of a decline in social media use, which we see across all the platforms. We're not super concerned about it because the email list is performing so well. We're seeing such an increase in subscribers, and we're seeing a nice level of engagement on those when we send them out too. So some of the key parts of the communications plan that we'll work on in the coming year, we'll be launching new quarterly email. We want to segment those, our large user list, kind of further segment those into very specialized communications that really package up some of the work that the agency is doing and target that directly to some of the user groups that'll be interested in it. So we're taking a look at a business user quarterly email, an academic focus quarterly email. We want to do more trainings for the staff so that the staff is more knowledgeable about which versions of the logo to use or not use, and some tips on messaging and branding that they can work in their day-to-day work. We also want to go over the media relations policy with folks. We're looking at a speakers bureau, or almost more like a press office. But basically that report that I have, and I think we have extra copies, or I can email it to anybody that wasn't on the committee, we just really want to kind of baseline and monitor our key performance indicators in this coming year once we've got everything all partitioned out in a good project list that we can work on that promotes the individual sites, their key events, our major programs, start trying to open it up to some new audiences, and like our marketing vendor suggested, really try to bridge the gap where we know we have these groups that are really interested in the work what we do, but they're just not familiar with the agency. So looking forward to that, looking forward to executing another big unified marketing plan for the State Historic Sites this year, hopefully with more budget from HSD. We did have that great donation through the Friends, I believe from some folks from Google, that we were able to supplement that HSD marketing with. So thanks to them, and thanks to y'all for kind of getting us on track and making sure that we continue to elevate the perception and the awareness of all the great work that the agency's doing.
Just real quick, Chris, did you tell me that the curriculum directors would be included in that academic?
Oh, certainly. Oh, yeah, you mean in the
Curriculum
districts?
directors across the state.
Yeah, we've done a little bit of this with some of the other promotions, but we can get away with adding large numbers of public sector users if they've made their emails available to us. Most of the ISDs have curriculum contacts, in some cases people that are procuring textbooks and different materials and stuff, so we can make sure that we can just add those in. If they don't want to get the email, they can unsubscribe to it, sure.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, try to reach out to homeschoolers or just parents even that are wanting to supplement their kids' education with other things, and do things like promote the learning portal, all the great resources that they have at the State Historic Sites, and then the things that HPD is doing through that education contact as well.
That'd be great. So, I mean, I'm sure the Texas Education Agency could help you with that list if you needed help with that. So,
hope to ally with them.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for especially talking about the internal staff training and preparing a handbook, like a cheat sheet for them.
Yes.
And the talking points if they're out and about in the community. And perhaps that also could be shared about the talking points to the Trails region if they are ever coming across an opportunity where they have to refer to THC's messaging.
And maybe share with CHCs.
Yeah, you didn't talk about is the achievement that you have made in the international media. So could you share with the commission the progress you made?
We continue to see decent, we see Spanish language coverage particularly. We continue to put major releases out that we translate. We've seen, I was trying to remember the last time, I know at the Port Isabel event, we had great turnout from some of the local Spanish language networks. Hopefully we have that ongoing relationship with Radio Caravan, the station in Dallas-Fort Worth. We're continuing to translate all of our different sites, guides into Spanish and make those available and make them for sale. So I think the next one that we'll have is the French Legation Guidebook. And then with the website, we will have a pull down that enables like on-the-fly translation using Google Translate for, I don't know, we probably should limit the number of languages. There's so many different languages, but so that people aren't overwhelmed. But yeah, all those things that we can hopefully do to start reaching, some of the foreign language speakers in the travel market and elsewhere that might be interested and start learning about some of the work that we're doing. Okay.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say again how much I have enjoyed using the Texas History Navigator app. It's fabulous.
On your travels?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a good meeting yesterday, and Brad is going to step forward and give us a brief update and a weather forecast for April. And then we do have one action item, And so Brad, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. We discussed in the committee a bit about some of the challenges we have with some of our Main Street cities across the 90 or so communities we work in, how we try to address some aspects of that and get them back on track when possible. We talked about boundary challenges that we sometimes have with our districts and how they work at the local level and work with other types of districts. I didn't mention the vacancies, I don't think, in our meeting. We have 2 in our Main Street program that we're working on filling, a third in the division. And then Chris is working hard, getting close, I think, perhaps to filling the communications position that would be primarily devoted to CHD, including heritage tourism. So we're still working through vacancies. The associate network is in progress, but a little slower than we anticipated. Downtown TX, I do have an update. We did get 2, for those of you who might have missed it, one of our challenges has been that our longtime vendor for Downtown TX told us they needed to back out of the business and we need to replace them, and that we have to do before we can do work with the Friends to finalize the licensing. We had an RFP out, and it was due back yesterday, and we received 2 responses. I have no idea yet on their quality or their cost. We'll address that, but at least we didn't get 0. So we can make some progress there. And then pretty much while we've been up here, Anjali and I have received a first draft to the Friends of the licensing agreement, and it's very much the first draft from the attorneys that the Friends contracted. So we are moving forward on those things. Our Chisholm Trail Guide will be back in print, or it'll be in the warehouses next week, so we can start redistributing that product out through all of our networks. The Texas Heritage Travel Guide, the big statewide guide, we did a small print run to get it in the hands of the folks at the state fair that needed it. I don't know if we have any extras. The regions probably kept those. But we'll be working on a reprint of that along with many of the other products in the coming year. Our Historic Overnights is working right now with the 2 cities of Llano and Mason combined to try to promote staying in historic lodging within the Texas Hill Country and to connect with those managers. We have a statewide business meeting as we do once or twice a year with the Trails program. It'll be January 24th and 25th in Austin. At its still to be determined location, and one of the main things there will be media training that we will be providing through a consultant who's worked with the Friends already very successfully. Museum on Main Street, we kicked that project off with our 7 communities in August. A lot of energy in that room. It was really fun to see. We worked with some partners. I mentioned that we had some challenges potentially with Santa Lazario outside of El Paso. I got my update last night, and I have good news. It looks like they rose to the challenge and they overcame the obstacles, which were pretty significant, of loss of 2 major key people in that. And I would argue, as I told my staff when I got the report, that's exactly what this program is supposed to do, is help the community build capacity, overcome challenges. We didn't think it would happen this quickly. But so right now that seems very good. And it's actually the project at work. Texas Time Travel, some quarterly statistics. There's a few more in the written report. We also pulled data out of our consumer market data that we get from cell phones. That's in the written report as well. And then Real Places Conference, I do not predict the weather, but I feel really confident it's going to be 78 degrees, sunny, but just enough shade so you don't feel too hot. Nice, cool breeze coming off the coast. I don't know. Thunderstorms. But we're looking forward to this. Again, this does not coincide currently with a commission meeting, but we invite you to attend this. You'll have complimentary registration. Should you be able to join us, we will also be online as well as an option. We have more than 80 proposals came in. We're about to launch as early as this coming week the website will go live with a full schedule and registration will open. We have our keynote secured and basically all of our breakout sessions. We have a lot of workshops, so there's a lot of things happening on that very first Wednesday. So we're looking forward to it again.
Good. We do have a motion before us. Do you want to describe this briefly, and then we'll move forward?
Sure. This is an effort to award $21,100 of grant funds that have accumulated unused or returned from grant recipients. These are technically federal funds that pass through us. This is for two selected communities to host regional trainings for certified local governments, working in cooperation with the Friends of the THC and the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions, whose sole reason for existing is support of landmark commissions. So they will do customized trainings working with us in those two communities, and we will spend this money passing it through the Friends on behalf of the certified local governments, and the local communities officially will have no match requirement for this particular grant, should you approve it.
Go back.
Sir.
Go back.
Go back, go back.
One more. You're missing $1. I hate to be.
You are correct. I think it's right on the written, and I think it was correct yesterday.
It was 12-101 in the motion that's in the book.
Sharp eye, that's how you got that beer business so successful.
Yep.
Yes, it should be $21,101.
$1. 101.
I thought you were holding that
Okay.
dollar back as seed money, but.
My excuse
Any other topics?
We can move ahead.
Put that dollar on and I'll.
You'll go okay? Okay, all right.
I believe this total does
That one's
work the
right.
way it's written here.
Okay, so it's just a switch between slides. So I would move to approve CLG grants for training in the amount of $12,101 to the city of Fort Worth and $9,000 to the city of New Braunfels while waiving the match requirements.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any other found dollar amounts? Nope. Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I can see lips moving, so sounds like everybody passed. Anyone against this? Nope. Okay, we're done. Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you.
Did
Thanks, Brad. All right. Finance and Government Relations, since Chairman, well, I'm turning it over to our Vice Chair.
Okay, so
There's
we
a dollar
met,
in here somewhere.
I found it. And so
Okay.
we met yesterday, great meeting. Our two items for approval have already been approved through the consent agenda. And so, Daniel, I'll let you give an update, please.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Strada, CFO at THC. Just yesterday, we went over the dashboard for fiscal year 2023. Not sure if it's going to pull up. Here we go. Okay. Just has the committee report. So let me just kind of give you a little summary. The dashboard for 2023, the figures we looked at yesterday was from September 1st, 2022 to August 31st, 2023. We looked through the various divisions, the budgets, approximately $265.5 million. And just wanted to note that that budget now included the SB 30, the supplemental of $219 million. In third quarter was not included. In the fourth quarter, the appropriation was made by the comptroller, and that was funded. The funds for that amount has been identified and UB'd into 2024 for those specific purposes. Also, one thing I did not note yesterday, just an awareness, the the endowment or the trust fund of the $300 million that has also been transferred to Safekeeping Trust, and they have already made some investments as it relates to trying to get some interest earnings on that. One other thing that was brought up yesterday was the FTE levels. Our FTE cap is 346.5 FTEs, and that's an additional 42 FTEs. The question was, how many staff do we have? At least that's 313 was the number that I received from Human Resources, just to note that. And just to note, there were no issues to report in our report yesterday. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions? Daniel, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Legislative, Vaughn is sick, not here, had surgery. Is there anything you want to talk about from a legislative perspective?
Yeah, from a legislative perspective, the good thing is they didn't talk about us. So I have nothing good or bad to report. So we will move to the Executive Committee report, and let's go straight to the action items. Oops. You're just testing my eyesight.
Wow. Right,
Yeah,
Troy.
here we are.
Here we are. All right.
Okay.
So the THGAAC Commission met in September and have 3 items for the executive, for approval of the Historical Commission. The first is approval of our strategic plan for fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion, do we, and a second? Yep, is that what I heard? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Sorry.
Correct.
Sorry, I've had one hearing aid battery go out, folks, so. It's from Mark, just keeps talking in my ear. No thanks. Okay, we have a motion and a second for the THGAAC strategic plan for FY 24-25. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, Friends of the THGAAC's funding priority list.
Yes, so Friends is newly established. I had noted in my report before, we hired a development manager, and we put together an initial funding priority list for your approval.
Was that reviewed?
Did we have that list in our materials?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, the two of us, it didn't register with me. Is there a focus, before I call the motion, what's the focus of the funding priority structurally?
Sure. So the focus is really leading into just how do we create more resources for the commission to be able to provide nonprofit matching grants. There was some recommendations from our anti-Semitism study related to more trainings on college campuses, the ability to connect to more resources in Holocaust education. So it's a broad, at least this initial funding priority list is broad in terms of the kinds of things we're looking to do really to meet our mission in Holocaust, genocide, and anti-Semitism. As we get and refine some of the opportunities, we'll come back with more of an understanding of like how much we want to raise for each of those categories.
This is a funding priority list. How much funding is focused here?
There aren't any numbers associated with it. It's really just projects. It's the kinds of things that we're looking to fund.
Okay, thanks for educating me. All right, do move to approve the Friends of the THGAAC funding priority list.
Second.
We have a motion and a number of seconds. Any discussion? Being none, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. Now, the education grant scoring updates. I'll make the motion. Consider approval of the THG AAC education grant scoring updates. We have a motion and a second. Could you explain this, please?
Sure. So statutorily, we have the ability to provide nonprofit matching grants. What we found was that there was a lag in the ability to support the underserved communities. And so we wanted to look at evaluating the grant scoring to be able to reflect the needs across the state.
Excuse, I'm making myself a note. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. Now we are at
Thank you very much.
15-3.
Thank you, Joy.
Consider approval of recommendation for the 2023 THC Preservation Awards. Charles.
Excuse me. Hello.
It's been that kind of a day. Yep.
There's not a whole lot to say here, except that we have a wonderful group of recommended nominees again for this year's awards. It's really my pleasure to be able to work with these awards, because I get the chance to talk to staff and get their reaction to a number of these nominees and learn about the different things that they're doing across divisions. So I'm very happy to bring these nominees before you today.
Charles, may I ask a question? On
Yes,
the Now-
absolutely.
On the Now Award, on the documentation I had, that was going to Bastrop County? Go back a page. Up at the bottom, it says.
Oh, yes, that one's incorrect. So on here, that didn't get replaced.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think the packets have the right information.
All the rest of those are correct.
Yeah.
Apologize for that. So that one's going to Bastrop County, and our museum services staff has actually gone out to that museum to make sure that everything looked proper and that their application form was correct, and they definitely recommended that specific museum for this award.
So the packets are correct.
The packets are correct. I should also mention the Belleville Pavilion there was mentioned earlier in the Division of Architecture report.
Move to approve THC Awards Committee recommendations as per the awards recommendations handout.
Second.
And the handout is what you just
The
showed.
handout's correct, so that motion will be
I
correct.
Just making sure. All right, we have a motion and a second and a little clarification. Any other comments, questions? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Grant award 15.4.
Hello.
Consider approval of funding recommendations for the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Grant Program for fiscal year 2024 and policy changes for the fiscal year 25 grant round. There you go.
Thank you. So I'm Ashley Saley. I'm the program coordinator for the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Grant Program. And yesterday, let's see if I can do this. Thank you. Okay, yesterday we reviewed the projects that staff and our advisory board has recommended to you all for funding. First, I mentioned that we have some exciting fiscal developments starting with the fiscal year 2024 grant cycle. The first being that Because of the 88th legislative session, we have $330,000 to give out this grant round, as opposed to our standard $248,625. So we're grateful for that increase. We also have some earmarked funding opportunities for projects located within the city of Dallas and the TxDOT Amarillo area. So a few of the projects that we discussed yesterday were 2 heritage education projects of the 3 that we are asking for you all to approve to fund. Paint Rock in Concho County, the IS Symposium, which is a statewide program. For architecture, for projects seeking regular funds, we have the Concord Rosenwald School in Rusk County, Hillsborough City Library in Hill County, and Abilene Courts in Taylor County. And then our 4 projects which are seeking the City of Dallas earmarked funds, we have the Phyllis Wheatley School, the Natural History Museum and Visitor Center at Fair Park, a residence at 1208 East 10th Street, and the Dallas Scottish Rite Cathedral. And so here's our funding recommendation spreadsheet broken out. So we have the 3 heritage education projects totaling $47,200, 9 architecture projects, all which requested $30,000 grants or more, and 4 projects in the City of Dallas earmarked funding category, 2 of which asked for the maximum grant award in that category, which is $250,000. The other projects seeking lower grant awards.
Is everybody there? Okay, motion, Pete.
Yes, sir. I've moved to approve grant awards totaling $317,200 for the fiscal year 2024 cycle of the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Grant Program as per the attached table, and grants awarding $536,000 for the City of Dallas earmarked projects as per the attached table, and redistribution of $12,800 in funding to the fiscal year 2025 Texas Preservation Trust Fund Grant Program cycle as per the attached table, and delegation of authority to the executive director, whoever that may be, to redistribute any funds returned or not utilized to fiscal 2025. Close enough.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Mark?
I'm sorry, there was a question about the delegation issue at the end here. When you score, when the grant applications are scored and we bring this list to you, the awards go down the scoring, from the top to bottom. At some point, we run out of funding. If I redistribute any funds, they're either going to go to the next highest project, or if we don't have higher projects, then they go back up to the highest scoring projects if they needed additional funds, but we weren't able to grant them at the time. That's just so we don't have to wait 3 months to bring those questions back to you to get those results.
Okay. We have go ahead.
Well, we have a motion and a second. I think we have a second. Yes, we do. Yes, okay. Any discussion? Anybody want to talk about this anymore? If not, let's have a vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sounds like the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Mark? No.
I want to
Go
note
ahead.
really quickly, we had a discussion, thank you to the executive committee yesterday, about a policy change which doesn't require any action, but we had requested to increase our maximum grant award for regular TPTF funds from $30,000 to $50,000, starting with our next fiscal year, 2025. Thank you.
Let's see what we have. We have new staff introductions, but as you have heard over the course of this meeting, we've hired so many new staff folks. I'm not going to read the list. We can just go on to the next screen. We have more on that. It keeps going. Just get an idea of where these folks are working all around the state. This was an opportunity for us to staff up at some sites we'd acquired in the previous couple of years since the last legislative session. So it's a great opportunity, and we're picking up some really talented folks. Pretty exciting. The next page, a few more. Wow. It's all good news. It's all good news. Okay.
I think that's the first time this chair has not heard Mark say we need more people.
I can't even count all the ones we got. Just, as Daniel's pointing out, I got the number wrong yesterday. So we have a lot of folks. Just on my report, you have a written report, but just a couple things I wanted to point out. One, as I mentioned, conversations with the mayor of Garland and with Senator Birdwell and others about Hood County Courthouse Square issues. The county had acquired some sculptures and had decided to place those around the county courthouse. We were notified and realized that there had not been a request for a permit. And that particular work on that courthouse would have required our permission. So we were able to, the staff from Courthouse Program did a fabulous job contacting the county judge. Like I said, I heard from the mayor, I heard from a city council member, I heard from a city landmark commission member, at least one county commissioner, the judge and a state senator who all expressed how concerned they were about how this process might play out, and then afterwards thanked us for handling it the way we handled it. The work was stopped, and we did deny the permit. Ultimately, the judge apologized, said he had misunderstood the courthouse law, and they took down, the sculptures weren't up yet. They did pour pads, and those pads, they have now, I think, until the mid-January to pull those out. And it all worked out very well. So I was really pleased with that. And again, thanks to Elizabeth and her staff.
Mark, if I could also comment, it's very rare to get a letter from an elected official complimenting our communications, either over the phone or in writing. I got that, and it was thanking Mark for his clear communication of the rules, and I read them, and I have to agree with the elected people. Mark handled this incredibly well, because it could have been not nice. But thank Mark, well done.
Thank you. I wanted to also mention a conversation with Governor's Office staff about signature authority on federal agency agreements. I was contacted by my liaison in the Governor's Office, who let me know that all state agencies that enter into agreements with federal agencies were required to do so under a letter of permission from the governor. And I said, well, you know, ever since 1966, the person in my position has had the authority to negotiate these agreements with federal agencies, and we do it every day. And he said, no, this is a new policy, and you need a letter from the governor, and that letter will list the federal agencies you're permitted to enter into agreements with. Well, we enter into agreements with every federal agency, you know, just, there isn't, I made a list of about 30 and said, well, these are probably the top ones, but there are going to be others as time goes by, and I really don't think this should be necessary. So we asked for a meeting. The chairman and I went over to the office, the governor's offices, to meet with who ended up being my liaison and the governor's general counsel and chief of staff. And they explained that this wasn't anything about our agency. This is simply a policy that the governor is instituting across the board. And they assured us that they really weren't all that interested in our agreements, but we just needed to be treated the same as other agencies. So all of the agreements that I have now that I enter into with federal agencies have to be sent first to the governor's office for their review. I've since then, that was just, what, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think I've sent half a dozen agreements over there. And the way we've had it set up is that I'll tell them when I plan to sign it, and maybe that'll only be a couple of days away because we're operating under a 30-day deadline. And if I don't hear from them, I can go ahead and sign the agreement, but I have heard from them on each of these within 48 hours, I'd say, and in every case they say, go ahead and sign the agreement. So it isn't a problem, but I would still argue that it's not necessary.
It's not, again, Mark did an exceptional job trying to explain scale. The scale of the number of agreements that we have to have with federal agencies. Some agencies, time after time after time in a year. I think that they agreed to turn it within 48 hours. Anything that Mark sends over there, and you're telling me they're sticking with that.
That's working very well. My liaison is dedicated to making certain that this all works out for us. So it's working well.
Good, thank you, I'll tell them that.
And then I just want to mention a couple things at the end there. The Independence Trail region, you already heard from Seneca that rally is going to happen in Seguin, and I look forward to doing that presentation every year because it makes me go back and look at everything that we've done for the past year as I'm putting the presentation together, and it's impressive. It really is. The staff just do such a fabulous job. And then every year there's a meeting of the executive directors of several state agencies that are referred to in a particular statute as being the tourism agencies, and we have our annual meeting coming up. I only attend those meetings annually. Brad Patterson is part of that consortium of state agencies, and he's involved working with them on our heritage tourism programming all the time. So thank you. Brad always makes me look good. I go in there with him and let him report, and then I smile and say, that's the report from the Texas Historical Commission. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Well, super report. Dennis, are we in trouble?
No. I've got one little matter that's pending. It's a suit in Collin County that was filed to establish a cemetery association to rehab and maintain. It's called the Old Buckner Cemetery. It was established in 1846, but they hadn't interred anybody there since 1900. So it's just gone under disrepair, and they filed a suit against. Under the statute, they have to sue THC and the owner of the property and any of the unknown heirs of the people that are actually buried out there. That's kind of a futile cause, but they just publish it in the newspaper up there in McKinney. It's in Collin County, and it's my understanding staff has approved the plan that they submitted previously. So it's just a matter of when we get this thing, when it ripens up, but it'll be before the first of the year, we'll enter into agreed judgment that establishes this, the Old Buckner Cemetery Association, and gives them the authority to go in and rehab and fix it up. And the owners have contributed some money, and they're doing something to kind of square it up so they can use adjacent property better, but they're not taking any. It's just like a half acre, but they're not taking any of the property. So, but that's all we have. It's just a statute. The only reason why THC is involved is the statute says it has to be. But that's it. That's all I have.
All right, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Last is the chairman's report, and the only thing the chairman has to say is that this might be, underline might be, Keep the applause down, staff. I We're going to have a tribute. Yeah, it's the governor for you. Sorry. We're going to have an event. I just simply, and that will obviously be announced and available to everyone. But Mark, legacy is an interesting word. You should be extremely, not just proud, but happy with the legacy of what you found and what you've accomplished and what you're leaving. You tell me you're not moving out of Austin, so we know where to find you. But you should really be gratified by the scale, by the impact, having right towards the end, that meeting over in the governor's office, even the chief of staff had no clue about how many agreements, which to you, that's day-to-day stuff. To them, it was a surprise. So you should feel really good about all this. And we will have more to say at your roast, but do you have any, parting comments?
I want to thank you all for this opportunity. It's been a pretty amazing career, and I never would have thought this is where I would end up, that at the moment of retirement, I would be in such a great position, working with such a fabulous team, and with people who are so smart and so talented and so passionate about what they do. It has been a fabulous experience for me, and I want to thank you all, each and every one.
If I could just get up.